Good evening, Rockville, and welcome to meeting number 9-24. Today is April 29th, 2024, and we'll begin by starting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join as you're able. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now I'll ask our city clerk, is there any update to the agenda?
Madam Mayor and council members, there is an update for tonight's agenda. There was a change in order in reading of two of our proclamations, and we also updated the agenda item 8A, 7 Lux PowerPoint presentation. So everything has been updated and it's online for those who are at home viewing.
Thank you. And did we also add a consent agenda item?
I'm not aware of we added a consent agenda item for the letter that needs to be approved tonight, yes.
Wonderful, thank you. I think that sums it up.
And I will also give you another update for the mock agenda for May 6th. It's already been updated online, but you'll have a revised copy at the dais for you for review.
Thank you very much. All right, now we'll move on to the city manager's report. Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Those of you who drove to the meeting tonight may have noticed that Rockville is taking steps to meet the growing demand for publicly available electric vehicle chargers. 2 new chargers were installed on Vincent Street adjacent to City Hall. 2 others have been installed in Falls Grove and 3 more on Prettyman Drive near the Twin Brook Metro Station, amongst others elsewhere in the city. Coming soon to Thomas Farm Community Center is a DC fast charger. The chargers are part of a public charging network managed by Pepco that will help the city of Rockville achieve the goals of its climate action plan. We are pleased to announce Crystal Aitan Enbla has been appointed as the new Executive Director of Rockville Housing Enterprises, or RHE, a key partner with the city serving as Rockville's housing authority. Having held several positions at RHE, Crystal already has a good working relationship with city staff. She has worked with the city's Environment Division and HCD on grant program opportunities for energy efficiency assistance for low-income residents, among other collective efforts. With over a decade of experience in affordable housing, exceptional management skills, and a master's degree in business administration, she brings extensive knowledge to lead the agency in achieving its mission of providing affordable housing to residents of Rockville. In her recent role as Deputy Director, Crystal demonstrated strong leadership by overseeing all financial and operational aspects of RHE, contributing to the agency's status as a leading housing agency. Please join us in congratulating Crystal on a well-deserved promotion. Thank you, and this concludes my report for this evening.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, are there any questions? All right, thank you. We'll now move on to a series of proclamations and recognitions, and we have some great guests in our audience today. We'll be recognizing Rockville Musical Theater's 50th anniversary, as well as the 50th anniversary of the Rockville Civic Ballet. And we'll do a couple of proclamations, important ones related to ALS Awareness Month, Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, Lyme Disease Awareness, as well as mental health, and the proclamation declaring Yom HaShoah. Colleagues, please join me.
It is my honor to present the Certificate of Recognition to the Rockville Musical Theater in appreciation and celebration of Rockville Musical Theater's 50th anniversary and their contribution to the performing arts and cultural community service within Rockville. A special thank you to the theater company's continued success as they nurture our community's artistic spirit. Thank you, and congratulations. Thank you. On behalf of Rockville Musical Theater, I want to thank the City of Rockville and Mayor and Council for their continued support of our organization, and a special thank you to the Rockville Civic Center and Paige Jansen for their support and partnership in our continued success. And we hope to see you all there in June when we begin our presentation of our summer production of The Little Mermaid. Thank you. Okay. I have great honor in doing the next one, not only as a former little ballerina, but also as a resident of the community where the practices are currently being held. We have a certificate of recognition for the Rockville Civic Ballet in appreciation of the Civic Ballet being a wonderful source of beautiful performances and a nurturing environment for aspiring dancers in the community. For 50 years, the Civic Ballet has enriched countless lives and made ballet an integral part of Rockville's culture. On behalf of the Mayor and Council, we express our gratitude to the Rockville Civic Ballet for their grace, artistry, and commitment to community spirit. Would you like to accept? You want to say a few words?
Yes, please. A few words as well. We are honored to accept this on behalf of all the people who have made it possible for the Rockville Civic Ballet to make it these 50 years. We'd like to thank the leadership of the city of Rockville, who in 1974 saw the worth of an arts program dedicated to the community and to accessibility. We'd also like to thank Catherine Chongpinachai, Pam Baxter, and everyone with the Rockville Ballet Recreational Program. Thank you to William Simpson, Gina Marie Tennant, Alicia Trotter, and the FRCB leadership for their continuing work. Thank you to Betty Wisda, who has been our absolute champion. And of course, thank you to Miss Claudia Mangan, Judy Mangan-Kegg, and Bill Wood, who created and brought to life the vision of our company. It is impossible to cover 50 years of thank yous in a few minutes, but we sincerely appreciate every person who has contributed their time, talent, and energy to this vibrant community. We are thrilled to celebrate 50 years of the RCB, continuing with our summer production of Satie's Suite and the Odyssey. Hope to see you all there. And we are excited to keep serving the city of Rockville as we always have. So thanks for 50 years, and here's to 50 more.
Congrats to both Rescos on your 50 years. You really do provide an enriching opportunity for so many people who might not have access to the arts, and we appreciate all you do. This month, we're recognizing ALS, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, better known as Lou Gehrig's disease. It's a fatal neurodegenerative disease characterized by degeneration of cell bodies of the lower motor neurons and the gray matter of the anterior horns of the spinal cord. And whereas the initial symptoms of ALS is weakness of the skeletal muscles, especially those of extremities, and whereas ALS progresses, the patient experiences difficulty in swallowing, talking, and breathing, and eventually causes muscle atrophy, rendering the patient a functional quadriplegic. And whereas ALS does not affect the patient's mental capacity, so that the patient remains alert and aware of his or her loss of motor function and the inevitable outcome of continued deterioration and death. And whereas on average patients diagnosed with ALS only survive 2 to 5 years from the time of diagnosis. However, Dr. Stephen Hawking, probably the most famous person who suffered with ALS, lived for 55 years after being diagnosed with the disease at the age of 21 in 1963. And whereas ALS has no known cause, means of prevention or cure, and whereas research indicates that military veterans are approximately twice as likely to develop ALS as those who have not served in the military, and whereas ALS month is about increasing the public's awareness of patients' circumstances and acknowledging the terrible impact that this disease has not only on the patient, but on his or her family and community, and recognizes the research being done to eradicate this horrible disease. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of Rockville do hereby declare May 2024 as ALS Awareness Month in Rockville and call upon residents to join communities across the region to recognize and participate in this special observance. Will someone move the proclamation, please? Proclamation. Second. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Thank you. I just wanted to note of those who, many of us know someone who've experienced ALS, and it's actually hard for me to read through this because I do know people who have gone through it, who have just had children and know that they won't see them grow up. It's a very hard and painful disease, and we're happy to recognize that people are struggling with it, and that while we don't have a cure, we must continue to drive innovation to find ways to prevent and cure ALS. Thank you.
Next up, I'm honored to do the proclamation declaring May as Asian American and Pacific Islanders Heritage Month. Whereas the Asian population makes up more than 20% of the Rockville population, according to census data, and whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders represent many nations and ethnicities, each with its own culture, heritage, language, and experience, and whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders of all backgrounds have been among the trailblazers and leaders that have sought civil rights and equal treatment for all Americans. And whereas the Rockville Mayor and Council recognize and applaud the courage and sacrifice of over 1 million immigrants who traveled across the Pacific and arrived on Angel Island, and Chinese American laborers who risked their lives constructing the Transcontinental Railroad, the Japanese American troops who fought for our freedom in World War II, while their families in the United States face discrimination and internment due to their family origin. And whereas, during Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, we celebrate the multiple ways that Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have contributed to and enhanced our culture through artistry, activism, education, business, literature, military, and political involvement. And whereas the city celebrates and assists this valued segment of our community throughout the year, annually, with the Lunar New Year celebration, forums, special programs, and networking opportunities. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of Rockville, Maryland, do hereby proclaim May 2024 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. I move the proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So I have the honor of talking about Lyme disease, which I think is a perfect timing, given that we're going into a period of warmth and growth, and the ticks are really going to be prevalent. So I really think it's important to have it foremost on our minds. So, whereas Lyme disease is the fastest growing vector-borne disease in the United States, caused by the bacterium Borrelia burgdorferi, and is transmitted by the common black-legged tick in nearly one half of all U.S. countries. Whereas ticks that carry Lyme disease can also carry at least 15 other pathogens, many of them transmitted within minutes of being bitten, with one painless tick bite frequently resulting in multiple infections, including bacteria, parasites, and viruses. Whereas the risk of contracting Lyme disease can be year-round, the nymphal ticks, which are the size of a poppy seed, are most active in the spring. Tick bites are nearly painless, with fewer than 50% of patients with Lyme disease able to recall a tick bite, and fewer than 50% reporting a bullseye rash. Whereas Lyme disease infects approximately more than 300,000 people annually in the United States, yet now the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention believes this number is closer to 467,000. Basis on insurance data, and since testing for Lyme disease remains only 50% accurate, with the average patient going 2 or more years before getting a diagnosis. Whereas Lyme disease is an underreported illness, therefore, the actual number of people with Lyme disease in Maryland is likely 10 times the reported cases. And whereas Lyme disease is a complex, multi-system illness that if caught early can be easily treated with antibiotics, but if left untreated, can invade the nervous system, heart, and multiple organs of the body, causing years of pain, suffering, severe disability, and even death. Whereas children are at the highest risk of contracting Lyme disease, it is the responsibility of every community to educate the public about the signs, symptoms, treatment, and how to prevent Lyme disease. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of Rockville, Maryland, do hereby proclaim May 2024 as Lyme Disease Awareness Month and urge everyone to become aware of the steps that can be taken to reduce the risk of tick-borne illness. I move the proclamation. Aye.
We'll now have Dr. Miles read a proclamation on mental health.
I think Madam Mayor, I couldn't hear.
Yes, you are reading a proclamation on mental health. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you all, and I ask your indulgence for just a moment. This topic of mental health is very relevant, both personally and professionally. And after a brief preamble, I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. Just want to make 3 quick points. Mental health is health. We should see it no different as going and get our annual checkup for your blood pressure and such. Be sure to the extent that you're able, to check in on a regular basis. For those who think they don't have enough time, I encourage you all to follow the guidance of, when you get on the airplane, they say put on your mask first and help others. If you're dealing with mental health challenges, it can be very difficult to care for others. So self-care is important. I encourage you to learn from the youth. Folks like Simone Biles, a very decorated and public gymnast, decided not to perform because she was dealing with her mental health challenges. Very prominent people like Senator John Fetterman from Pennsylvania took a leave to take care of it. So it's super important. I'm glad, and I'm learning from the youth, that more and more people are prioritizing. Thank you. I have to get dessert ready in a second. The second point I'll make is that there are resources here in the county that can provide mental health. The Crisis Center from 1301 Picard Drive, their phone number is 240-777-4000. I personally benefited from their services. They have therapists available. Again, it can be a bit of a wait in some instances, but they triage based on severity. I can personally attest to it, and it was great. If, and one's ability to pay is not a barrier. I've received services as well, as I mentioned. And finally, there is the suicide hotline, the 988 number. So if you or somebody dealing with particular challenges can't make it to the crisis center, please call 988. There are people there to help. And again, just take care of each other, take care of yourself. With that, Madam Mayor, I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas in May 1949, Mental Health Awareness Month was established by Mental Health America to encourage people to consider their mental health as important for overall health. And whereas data shows that rates of anxiety, depression, and suicidal ideation have increased for all Americans, and in the last 2 years, a higher number of children, youth, and adults have sought mental health treatment for stressors such as trauma, anxiety, depression, isolation, bullying, food insecurity, and financial hardship, and have often faced barriers to accessing treatment due to availability of clinicians, language, transportation, copays, and deductibles. And whereas stigma and fear of discrimination keep many who would benefit from mental health services from seeking help, the research shows that an effective way to reduce this stigma is through personal contact with someone with a behavioral health condition. And whereas the city of Rockville, Maryland hired mental health specialist, Ms. Beth Loftus. And whereas the city of Rockville Department of Housing and Community Development reaches out to Rockville residents about mental health wellness and substance use prevention with educational seminars, as well as emergency assistance and information and referral services to support their striving for success in home, school, community. And whereas the City of Rockville Department of Housing and Community Development collaborates with MCPS, Montgomery County Public School System, Montgomery County Department of Health and Human Services, and local service providers on school year and summer programming for children and youth, such as therapeutic recreation, mentoring, Latina youth development, mental health counseling, and transitioning to middle and high school. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council, Rockville, Maryland, do hereby proclaim May 2024 to be Mental Health Awareness Month and encourage Rockville residents, the Rockville community rather, to remember that mental health is health, to seek help if needed, to adapt to significant changes. With that, Madam Mayor, I move the proclamation.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Tonight I have the privilege of reading the proclamation for Yom HaShoah, which is also known as the Holocaust Martyrs and Heroes Remembrance Day. This is an important day for us to always remember annually so that we never forget the atrocities that occurred a number of years ago. I know that this proclamation has personal effect on me. I have family who was killed and murdered in the Holocaust. So making sure that we as a community, as a nation in the world, don't never forget these atrocities and work to make sure that nothing ever in this amount of atrocities ever happens again. Whereas Yom HaShoah, also known as Holocaust Martyrs and Heroes Remembrance Day, is a day set aside for the Jewish people to remember the Holocaust, and is Israel's official commemoration for the 6 million Jews killed during the Holocaust. And whereas the name comes from the Hebrew word Shoah, which means whirlwind. And whereas the Holocaust was the state-sponsored, systematic persecution and annihilation of the Jewish people throughout Europe by Nazi Germany and its collaborators between 1933 and 1945, during which 6 million were murdered, including 1.5 million children. Whereas Roma, Sinti, people with disabilities and Poles were also targeted for destruction or dissemination for racial, ethnic, or national reasons, and millions more, including LGBTQ, Jehovah's Witnesses, Soviets prisoners of war, and political dissidents, also suffered grievous oppression and death under Nazi tyranny. And whereas the history of the Holocaust offers an opportunity to reflect on the moral responsibilities of individuals, communities, societies, and government. And whereas the people of the city of Rockville should always remember the terrible events of the Holocaust and remain steadfast against hatred, persecution, oppression, and tyranny. And whereas the people of the city of Rockville should actively rededicate ourselves to the principles of individual freedom in a just society. And whereas, pursuant to an act of Congress, the United States Holocaust Memorial Council designates the Holocaust Martyrs and Heroes Remembrance Day 2024 on Monday, May 6, 2024, including the Day of Remembrance known as Yom HaShoah. And whereas this year marks the 35th anniversary of the Global Shoah Memorial Initiative, unto every person there is a name. As time moves on, we are liable to lose sight of the fact that each life that was brutally ended belonged to an individual, a human being endowed with feelings, thoughts, ideas, and dreams, whose entire world was destroyed and whose future was erased. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Rockville, Maryland, do hereby proclaim at sundown on May 5th, 2024, through the nightfall of May 6, 2024, as Yom HaShoah, Day of Remembrance, and urge all residents to remember the victims of the Holocaust and reflect on the need for dignity and respect for all people. Madam Mayor, I move for the proclamation.
Second.
All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Thank you.
I'd now like to invite Councilmember Beryl Feinberg, formerly of this body, to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Van Grack. Thank you to the Mayor and Council for your proclamation acknowledging the importance of Yom HaShoah, Holocaust Remembrance Day. The proclamation underscores the barbarism of the Nazi era, during which 6 million Jews, as well as people from other ethnicities, nationalities, and groups of people were murdered. People with disabilities, members of the LGBTQ+ communities, Roma and Sinti, political dissidents, were all fodder for the Nazis and their collaborators. These atrocities were the accumulation of years of calculated dehumanization of people who were considered unworthy of life. The death camps didn't just happen. They were able to happen because of a sadistic leader who mesmerized a nation. They were able to happen because the people of that nation abdicated moral responsibility and watched with fear or indifference as their neighbors disappeared into the netherworld of Nazi torture. Silence is complicity. Yom HaShoah is not only a recognition of what transpired in another time and another place. It is a clarion call to all of us to take action when there is injustice, to educate future generations, to underscore our individual and collective responsibility for the welfare of society. The annual reading of the names of people who were murdered by the Nazis is scheduled for Sunday, May 5th, between 2 and 4 p.m. by the Jewish Community Relations Council of Washington, D.C. Information can be found on its website. We must all remember the statement by Santayana: "Those who do not learn from history are fated to repeat it." Thank you very much. And thank you for the proclamation.
Thank you, colleagues, and we'll now move on to agenda item 6, which is the appointments for boards and commissions, as well as reappointments. There are 2 different boards that we're appointing for, including the Retirement Board and Rockville Sister Cities, and I would welcome folks to make the nominations.
Yes,
Councilmember Jackson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to nominate Greg Satterfield. What? Oh, I would like to appoint Greg Satterfield to serve a 3-year term as the ASME union representative on the Rockville Retirement Board until April 1st, 2027.
Councilmember Fulton has seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Satterfield. Councilmember Van Grack.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move for the reappointment of Elizabeth or Liz Von Canel to serve as one of the mayor and council directors to serve on the Rockville Sister Cities Corporation for a 3-year term until April 1st, 2027.
Thank you very much. Do we have a second? Councilmember Valeri has seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. It is unanimous. Thank you very much to Liz Von Canel. All right, we have a few folks who have signed up for community forum. And if anyone would like to, after we go through the initial list, please let us know. Welcome, Barry Kassenitz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I really hope you're giving out a award for the most mundane presentation of the day. Not all of us can talk about issues of great import, though. My name is Barry Kassenitz. I'm a 40-plus year resident of the city. And I'm also one of the legions of pickleball enthusiasts in our community. And the city of Rockville has been fantastic in supporting the nation's fastest growing sport. Rockville was the first community in our area to create permanent pickleball courts. Some of you probably are unaware, most pickleball courts, people have to bring their own nets. But several years ago, the city of Rockville said, tennis players don't bring their own nets, basketball players don't bring their own hoops, and you created a wonderful facility in Kings Farm, and it was just overwhelmed with people. It still gets crowded. And I think probably because of the popularity of that, you created a second set of permanent pickleball courts in the Broome Athletic Field facility on Twinbrook Parkway, which for a while didn't really draw much attention, but people have found it, and it's now starting to create a lot more interest, and people are using it on a regular basis. Wonderful facility with only one significant drawback. The people who go there don't have a place to go. Unlike other facilities, there's no porta potties. And because of that, unfortunately, there are some players who have taken to visiting the wooded area nearby. And this is a residential area. This is not a good thing at all. But a lot of pickleball players are older, retirees. One group that plays at Broome as their regular place is a league strictly for people over 70. And as I'm sure you all know, especially men, as they get advanced age, access to a bathroom becomes more of an issue. So I really wish I had done more homework before coming here, and I wish I'd had numbers for you about what it would cost the city to put porta potties up and maintain them. But I'm sure that information is easily accessible to you. So I simply would like to encourage you to give some consideration to providing that facility to the pickleball players in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Lisa Reed.
Thank you, Mayor Ashton and members of the council, for affording me this time to discuss my concerns. My name is Lisa Reed, and I am a 25-year resident of the city of Rockville. I live in Stone Ridge, Hungerford. I am a landlord, and I support rent stabilization. Affordable housing has been hard to find in Montgomery County and the city of Rockville for decades. I earn less than 6 figures. I am very fortunate to own my home in Rockville, but only because I purchased it in the bottom of the housing slump of '99. Within 1 or 2 years, the house would have been out of reach if I hadn't bought it in '99. Like many homeowners, I spend 50% of my net income to cover my mortgage and property taxes. I divorced in 2003 with 3 young boys to raise. I raised them to be successful young men who launched their own independent lives. 2 of them had to move out of the county to afford housing. The third one gave up and moved home. Rent stabilization not only provides a safety net to renters, but also to cost-burdened homeowners and to our families to ensure that we can continue to live in the same community. I'm 65 and I'm getting ready to retire. I have some retirement funds beyond Social Security, but not enough to see me through my life expectancy. By the time I'm 75 or 80, I'll need to sell my house to access the equity and finance my remaining years. I will need affordable housing. My social network is built in Rockville. My congregation is in Rockville, and they are my family. I don't have local family. Moving when I'm 80 will be asking me to do something very hard when my abilities are already starting to diminish. I need to be able to age in place here in Rockville. Today, seniors are one of the largest groups in need of affordable housing and make up a growing population of renters. Rent stabilization will support seniors with aging in place. I'm also a landlord. I rent out 2 of my bedrooms. When I sell my house, these 2 affordable units that I provide are going to disappear. So not only will I need affordable housing, but the 2 tenants that live in my house will need them. Rent stabilization is vital to the city, and I appreciate you listening to my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Ed Roberts.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, good. My name is Edward. Excuse me, is Edward Roberts, and I have been an apartment dweller in Rockville for the last 13 years in 2 different locations, both owned by Equity Residential, which is one of the largest property management companies in the country. I support rent stabilization because I believe that unchecked annual increases in rent places an undue burden on the lower income residents. And I'm aware of that because last June I retired from Montgomery College, where I was the dean for the Godelsky Institute on the Rockville campus. And we are training people for technical education. Part of my job is to develop good relationships with the employers that hire those people, the different businesses in the world of construction and automotive technology and other things. And while the jobs that those folks do typically are high-skilled, high-paying jobs, there are a lot of lower-skilled, low-paying jobs. And they struggle to fill them because it's hard to get the workforce. So I had that experience from my professional life about knowing that, plus I live in an apartment. And currently I live in Westchester, Rockville Station, here in Rockville. And when I first moved in 9 years ago, excuse me, I'm just choked up at being here. The rent I started was $2,200 a month. Currently my rent is $3,030 a month. That's an annual $90 on average, $90 increase, monthly increase in my rent for the 9 years I've lived there. And while I can afford it, I understand that in other housing, that makes a big difference. And I know, again, from the employers that I work with, that they struggle to fill many of those jobs because the people that could do those things live in cheaper regions outside of Montgomery County even, up in the Frederick area or over in Northern Virginia in some areas to the north and things. And then at some point, they started charging me $25 to park every month in addition. That was added to it after I lived there. And then just recently, they started charging $8 a day if you have somebody come visit you. You have to park up on the roof, which they did before, of the parking garage. But now they have to pay $8 each day to do that. So if I have somebody come by, stop by for a couple hours, it costs me $8. And I really find that offensive because I've been asking them to paint the lines, which they haven't done since the second year I moved into the place in the garage. You can't see where the parking spots are. People park in 2 spots because they don't know where they are. And now they're making $8 extra and they won't even stripe the lines yet. simple stuff like that. They don't respond to those kinds of things yet. Another example of how it just keeps getting longer and longer. So I support rent stabilization. Increases in rent fees each year can be very difficult for people to keep up with, particularly in those who hold the lower income jobs that we need in this county, the kinds of people that we need to do those things, and make it difficult employers to get the workforce they maintain their business every day. I urge the mayor and council to pass the rent stabilization. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That exhausts the list of those who have signed up in advance. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? We do have to proceed with our agenda. If you would like to provide a summary of the remarks, you're welcome to do that, and we'll also have an opportunity next week.
Okay, so when she comes, she can't do it.
Wait, yeah, this is the period for community forum. But if she would like to convey the comments to you to speak, that you're welcome to do that. Also, we'll have community forum next week. Okay. Anyone else? All right. We have a couple of presentations this evening. The next presentation is on the Seven Locks Justice Complex update from Montgomery County. I know this has been long awaited, and we appreciate you being here with us. Welcome, Dr. Stoddard.
Good evening. Good to see you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Council's a little bit bigger since the last time I presented before you. Congratulations to all the new members. So I'm going to move pretty quickly through the presentation today, try and hit the highlights because obviously we got a lot to cover. There's been a lot of changes since last October, but I want to make sure we leave plenty of time for you all to ask the questions you want to ask. This evening I'm joined by Hamid Omidvar, who's our DGS project manager for this project. I also have in the back from the Department of Health and Human Services, Dr. Rolando Santiago, who oversees our behavioral health program. And I see two members of our stakeholder group, former council member Feinberg, as well as Robin Yasna, who represents NAMI. All right, so next slide, please. So I want to hit the highlights here because I think this is important particularly for the new members of the council, understanding the difference between a diversion center and the restoration center as we previously characterized it. I'll highlight the key differences here. And so the diversion center's real intent is to address decompression both within our hospital system, so transferring people who are in need mental health care from the hospitals while they're in crisis, getting them treated and getting them back out to a stable place, or referring them to ongoing rehabilitative services, or alternatively, people who are about to enter the criminal justice system, but for whom a behavioral health issue or a substance use issue is the driving force behind that incarceration. And so we want to try and avoid putting people in the criminal justice system who can otherwise avoid it, so we use a diversion center to do that. The diversion center focuses on a population of adults. We're not going to accept children at this facility, at least that's not the plan occurring right now. And obviously it would be open to county residents transported by the police department, fire rescue, corrections, or hospitals, as well as the Department of Health and Human Services. Next slide, please. What it does exclude at a diversion center to compare it to a restoration center is it does exclude walk-ins, referrals from community-based behavioral health organizations, non-county residents, and children and adolescents. Obviously, the location, you want it centrally located as close as you can get it to the central processing unit so that you can be the last door before someone enters the criminal justice system and give an option that is not that. And it offers the same kinds of services you would see in a restoration center, but obviously to a more targeted population. So short-term behavioral health crisis intervention, discharge planning, and referrals to either mental health treatment centers or alternatively substance use treatment centers as well. Next slide, please. So just give a quick project update. We've had a stakeholder group that includes members of the community that's been meeting monthly since last September. The meetings continue to go on at this point. We did a site visit to the Seven Locks property in October of last year. The program requirements is updated to reflect the current scope. The county project page is also updated to reflect the current scope. And we've onboarded and the architect's begun work. You'll hear a bit more about the project timeline from Hamid right after I follow. And there's also been an internal operator group, largely of the facility operators, talking about the logistics of how the internal workings of the facility will proceed. Next slide, please. So I want to focus a lot of my time on the stakeholder engagement process that we followed. This is based on feedback that we've received from the community. The current composition of the engagement team is 3 members of the neighboring community from the Seven Locks Alliance, 2 representatives from the recovery community, NAMI and STEER, 1 member from our Health and Human Services, 1 member from General Services, 1 member for our Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, and then myself as sort of the facilitator, coordinator of the group. And then we obviously have ad hoc participation from the state's attorney's office, the police department, fire rescue, depending on what the topic of the discussion for that day is. Next slide, please. We began with a list of 9 items that we wanted to engage with the stakeholders around, and you'll see many of them listed here, and I'm going to go through the highlights of each of these. Next slide. I will cover the 3 at the top as part of the overview of the site map at the end. Hamid will cover them, and so I will not take the time of you'll see it visually as opposed to in writing. Next slide. I think I duplicated slides, so you could probably skip to the one after this as well. All right, great. Thank you. So let's talk about, I'm going to go item by item. Post-release transport options. This was something we discussed back in October. Obviously, we know that after release, we need to get people back to wherever it is that they're going to be stable. And so we've talked about and reviewed the busing options that occur at the corner of Wooten and Seven Locks. We've also talked a lot about the fact that when people are released from bond hearings, they have to often walk back to the facility. We're actually in the process of looking at a shuttle that will particularly focus on, it will be certain times when we know there's a high volume of people going back. Monday afternoons is a very busy time for release from bond hearings for the weekend. And so we want to make sure that we have a shuttle that gets people back to the facility so they don't have to walk back. And then one of the things we're also looking at is developing an Uber and Lyft and taxi contracts that are more resilient. We have those existing contracts, but many times Uber and Lyft drivers will not show up to the facility because they know what the facility does. We're looking to build a more resilient contract with Uber and Lyft over the couple of years it's going to take to build out the project. And so we're committed to making sure we have a transportation option that is 24/7, 365 for this facility. What happens if there's a referral or a client isn't ready to go after 72 hours? This is something we've talked a bit about. So we begin discharge planning at intake. That means that obviously we will, as soon as somebody walks in the facility, we're working on how we're going to get them out in a stable, healthy, protected environment, giving them referrals to clients. Metrics will be tracked and actually they will be shared publicly. How long does it take for us to get someone into the facility and out of the facility stably? And I want to make clear, we've committed that if someone's actively in crisis, we are not going to functionally release them into the community absent having another option for them. And so there may be circumstances where someone stays beyond 72 hours, but recognizing that this facility relies on a high turnover rate to make sure we have beds available for the next person, we want to make sure that we're minimizing any longer than 72-hour stays and getting people out to other longer-term residential treatment options as quickly as possible. Next slide, please. One of the big questions we had was, how do we make sure that if a client comes in seeking diversion, particularly from the criminal justice system, that they actually follow through with that and they're not just being released back out to the community? Well, first off, we met with the state's attorney, Mr. McCarthy. He provided a list of crimes for which he thought the diversion center would be appropriate and ones he thought it would not be appropriate for. We just received this list actually this month, and so the stakeholder group has to go over it and definitely has some feedback to provide to it, so I will not share it at this meeting, but that's an area of active work with the stakeholder group, is to identify the list of crimes for which diversion is an option. If a client fails to complete the initial intake course, so up to 72 hours as a maximum, then as medically indicated by the physician or specialist on site, the police will return and they will transport them to the central processing unit and complete the arrest process. The key here is we don't want the diversion center to become a way to evade going to the justice system without them completing the initial treatment course. And so that's an area of great focus for us. We're also going to work with the state around allowing the emergency petitions to be done at this facility as opposed to having to be done in a hospital. Hospitals are not great places for mental health evaluation. I think they would be the first to admit that. This facility is much more adept at being able to address mental illness in those in crisis and evaluate them as well. Need to work more on the developmental disability allowance at the facility. That's actually a credentialing issue that we have to focus on. And further discussions are needed with the public defender's office for pre-arrest and post-arrest diversion as well. What if there's a walk-in? And I saw some initial questions. We're not allowing walk-ins. We're not encouraging walk-ins. But the stakeholder group said, what if someone just shows up at the facility? How will we handle that? And so obviously we have the Picard Drive Crisis Center. We will obviously transport an individual there for initial assessment. If appropriate, they'll be brought back in an HHS or other vehicle to the site where they can go through the process. But obviously we're not going to have walk-up capacity at this facility, largely because we think this facility is going to be pretty well, it's going to be full more often than it's not. And we don't want people to walk up and not be able to seek services. So we're going to direct them to Picard Drive at the Crisis Center to be evaluated initially, and if they do show up at the Diversion Center, they'll be transported to the Crisis Center directly as well. Next slide, please. Referrals from the Crisis Center or mobile crisis teams. As you probably know, the county is looking to expand its mobile crisis and outreach teams this year through our county budget. We will be at 7 teams if the county council does approve that request. We're currently at 3 teams, hiring up to 5 teams right now, so we'll be making a large expansion. And we want to be able to have a direct transport to the diversion center by our mobile crisis and outreach team, so that there's never any interaction with the police department where it's not necessary. Client flow for the site from the arrival on different points of orientation, origination. So there's an internal layout. I think you'll see it briefly at the end here, but we're working it through the internal stakeholder group to work out how this flows. We did walk through it with the stakeholder team and try and address some of the major issues that they saw within the facility, but there's a whole other work group that's focused on the stakeholder flow. Visitor policy, that's actually this last section I want to cover, and I'll turn it over to Hamid. This was originally a position where we were not going to allow visitors. But based on a really good dialogue between all the stakeholders, including the community, I think there was an appreciation that there might be circumstances where visitors might support the overall goal of getting someone back to out of crisis and getting them onto a more stable outcome. And so we agreed that the consensus would allow visitors only under the following criteria. Client-clinician agreement around the specific visitor. So obviously if someone who is exacerbating someone's crisis, that would not be an appropriate person to bring in as a visitor. Visitor hours would be limited, for example, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. There'd be visiting options both in person but also remote options, because we think obviously that's important to have as a capability. And visitors will actually be able to support the overall discharge planning process. It might be a trusted adult or a family member who's going to actually take them out when they're finished. And so getting them in and getting them acclimated to the individual's condition and their needs would be an appropriate way to support discharge planning. Next slide, please. And so I'm going to turn it over to Hamid as soon as I finish this slide. But this is actually this is an area where we've seen changes since we talked to the council last year. Before, we weren't quite sure where on the property the diversion center would go relative to the Justice Center. And I did hear that there was a question around the Justice Center. Is essentially ultimately the county is going to replace the detention center. And frankly, we thought detention center, central processing were not particularly good terms to use for criminal justice building in today's modern age. So we've coined it as the Justice Center. That project is a number of years behind the diversion center. So obviously the footprint of the current MCDC you can see in the middle of the property there will remain there until the Justice Center has been built, and then it will be torn down. I also want to say quickly that there is, at this point, there's been no discussion or ongoing efforts around what will happen on the rest of that property. We will assuredly we will be partnering with the city of Rockville around what goes on that property, if anything, and frankly from the community. And so I just wanted to allay any concerns that there were other intentions or plans for the rest of that property. Frankly, that would be a community conversation of which none of those discussions have occurred at this point. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Hamid to walk through some of the visual elements of the current site planning efforts.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Hamid Omidor. I'm Division Chief of Building Design Construction, Department of General Services, and I'm working with the team on this fantastic new project. So on our first community meeting that we had months ago, we heard very good comments from the community. And one of the essential one was prevent a lot of traffic going into the 7 block all the way to the end. And then the other one was make the facility look more residential looking than institutional. And we did all that. We, as Dr. Stadl mentioned, we moved the project from the north side. It had also its own site problem because of the environmental issues and the stormwater management. It was difficult. We were putting 10 pound in a 5 pound bag, and it couldn't work no matter how much we tried. So we moved both the Justice Center and the Diversion Center to the south. So now we have bigger room. It's very close to the bus stop. It's right there with like a minute of walking. And both entrances to that site already exist, and we're going to keep them. And there would be people coming into it, get things done, and leave without penetrating into the 7 Lock. The site is larger, and so that's basically the non-technical issues that we managed to solve on that site. Next slide. So in order to do that, the building of Diversion Center now is located on a existing facility that we have, which is a great sustainability issue. Number one, we're not spending the money to build things that the foundation and everything there. Luckily, the footprint is exactly the size that the program required. And also it's in 2-story, kind of 1.5. One is a lower level, which is fantastic because it's going to prevent during the construction for the large trucks with the dirt come in and out. So it prevents a lot of that, which is good for the community. And the building is located where the existing building is. And by that, when we put the Justice Center in the back, it's going to prevent a visual barrier from the community to see the Justice Center. So the Justice Center moves close to 270. It would be a lot more invisible than where MCDC is located currently. And also that green line that you see, it's some sort of a landscaping design wall. You could, at this point, we don't have any design, but you can put your imagination in some nice wall and barriers designed with landscaping. And on the 7 Lock side of it, it would be some reflection garden and some nice area. And that wall also provides a visual barrier from the community to the Justice Center. And of course, more than anything else, whenever we get to the Justice Center, it's going to also be designed something that is more bearable than this old design that it's in there. We decided that we keep the 2 existing entrances, so it also prevents additional cutting and providing access, and also provides excellent segregation between Diversion Center entrance, which is the first one, and then the second one that's for dropping off the patients in the Sally Port, which is for authorized vehicle, and that way it also manages the circulation and traffic on 7 Lock. Next slide, please. So now in this slide, you see a little bit more, and we are at the end of concept development phase. So you should look at these drawings with a little bit of forgiving that it's not final and it doesn't look engineered, but it's a concept drawings. So the blue building that you see is the footprint of the existing facility, which is going to be the footprint of the new facility. And the 2 driveways that are shown, one in south of the facility is for the entrance of visitors maybe, or pickup. If they release somebody and Uber needs to come and pick them up, they come to that drop-off pickup area in that little square in front of the building between the center and the Justice Center. And the other one is 1 level lower, and it's for authorized vehicle that go in it. And in that appendix of the building that comes up north is the lower level, and it's like a Sally Port. It's like a garage. It looks residential. It doesn't look anything like institutional facility. The door opens, car go in it with the patient, we call them, and they would be processed in there. Next slide. This is a little more refined, just the Diversion Center. And now you're looking at the bottom. The horizontal line is the 7 Locks and the facility, and you could see there are some parking. And we don't know yet what is the design of the Justice Center, so we don't want to draw something to mislead. Therefore, what you see rendered is just the footprint of this project. This would be the area that we're going to work on with some surface parking. Next slide. This is the top floor. It's the main floor. I call them clinical floor. And everybody here is the clinical staff. And there is that big blue arrow is for visitors. No patients from Sallyport comes that way. They all come from downstairs up by elevator. But basically, the small building on the top is the administration and the entrance and visiting centers and whatnot. And the big rectangle at the bottom is the clinical area, which divided into spaces to take care of patients. Next slide. This is the lower level, and as you can see, the authorized vehicle go in a direction of the blue arrow. They go in a garage door opens. They go into that yellow area. It's a Sallyport, and then officers talk to them. Clinical staff come interview them, and then if they accept them, they go by the elevator or by the staircase up to where they're supposed to be treated. Next slide. This is again very schematic, but it shows the intention that we have to make the center look a lot more residential. So we are going to redo all the facades, and as you could see, it looks like modern residential building that it's all over this area, and it's divided into segments. Each segment is going to be finished with different brick and different embellishment, and even the roof is designed differently. These colors are not the final colors. It's just trying to reflect that we heard the community and we're trying to make it residential. And I believe this is the last one.
And before we turn over to questions, the last thing I want to say is we got some questions about when our next community meeting will be. Please announce we're going to do that May 21st, and so we'll be sending out notice to the community this week. We had to confirm with our with our technology services to make sure they were available that evening to be able to do an event very much like we did, I believe, last July, and I think certainly many of you attended that event as well. So with that, I will stop, and we're happy to answer any questions that you all have. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple quick comments, and then I'll turn to my colleagues for questions. I want to first say thank you. This has evolved significantly since it first came to Mayor and Council. I also want to acknowledge again, thank you for removing the bus depot from this project. I know the Millennium Trail is an important part of the community, and there was some biker, walker safety concerns there. But I also see that you've listened to the community since then on the composition of this project to try to make sure that you're thinking of not only making it more friendly for people who are using these services, and also thinking about the context of visitors and the residents in the community. So I think I've seen a lot of changes in the plan you provided, and I really appreciate the commitment to meeting with the community and setting up the stakeholder group. I also appreciate the community meeting. That was something that I know we want to continue to make sure we have opportunities for the community to ask questions directly. I know people are watching tonight, but they may hear and then have a follow-up question. So that is so important, and I would ask our staff to please help on advertising this work, making sure that it goes out to folks who've previously written to us about it, as well as in our social channels and Rockville reports if possible, at least with the email updates. There were two things I wanted to flag. One is the comments about what's on the website. I had sent some questions to our team last week and followed up today. So there is a page already on Montgomery County's page that speaks to Diversion Center and one that speaks to Reservation Center. One says walk-ins, one says not. I think it's important, maybe you can't take down page, but make it point to the other page and clarify that this has evolved, because it creates distrust or lack of certainty with the community that they have been listened to, and also that people can get a full understanding of what the project will be. So simple, maybe redirect or just clarifying an update. But even if you go to the FAQs, it's not in line with what we see in the presentation. And I see you shaking your head, so I appreciate.
I'm taking notes. Absolutely,
yes.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
All right.
Yeah.
And I have other questions, but the last thing I'll say before I turn over is just transportation was a big part of the care and concern that Mayor and Council has had in the past. I still have it. At least it's evolved from we have a parking lot because we know not everyone can drive to this, and they may not be brought in a car, right? They may be brought in by a referral service. So the comment on the shuttle, I think that's a great evolution. We have to think about transportation from all kinds of perspectives. Also, I still have concern about the Uber Lyft model because the way that works is that people volunteer and you never know what driver you're going to get. So I don't know if there's a way that you'll be pre-scheduling and you have a series of drivers who commit to coming, but you still might have a situation where people are called and they choose not to show up because of the stigma of the location or whatever reason they might have. So there might be other car services to consider as well. But I have concerns about the reliability of that and making sure that people have a safe way to depart once they are done with service. And I have more comments on the crisis center and how that referral goes through, but I will hold because I know that's another discussion. So, Councilmember Fulton.
Thank you. Only because it follows up on what you just said. I was also very interested in the transportation and the evolution. I heard a commitment to make sure there was transportation. I heard you say 24/7, 365. We're also like on this timeline where, I don't know, what is that, 18 months away, and when do you think you'll have finality on resolution to the transportation? Because I heard you're talking about a shuttle, you're working towards do you think your timeline gets to sort of a final solution in a way that will give that certainty in advance of open?
We would not open the facility but for having a transportation option that is 24/7, 365. I'll certainly commit to that because it's just a core element of what the facility does, and frankly, it's a core element of the service we're providing to the residents who are utilizing the facility. And so, yeah, we're gonna have something. We're actively, obviously, the transportation value of several of these like taxi, Uber, Lyft, their value exceeds that offered to the diversion center as well. There are other county facilities that would benefit from having a contract. We've talked actually with these providers around, can we offer a higher rate that would guarantee that in order to offer that higher rate, you would guarantee a service. And so that's something we're actively talking to them with regard to. Actually, the taxi service have been a bit, they've been even more receptive to that because obviously the Uber Lyft market has dramatically impacted the taxi market. And so I think there's even more willingness to work there. And I also will say I think there's a chance that we're talking about having a capability with HHS being able to transport directly. That's something that almost came out as part of this budget. I would expect it's going to be something we're going to revisit in next year's budget, which obviously would be in time for an FY or a calendar year 26 opening.
Just had one follow-up question. Thank you for that, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also, I like the model for the engagement team. I heard you reference getting that feedback. Can you just help me understand a little bit more what is the rhythm of engagement there? You said the next meeting. Like, how often are you engaging and working?
Yeah, we
with
meet.
this
I think
team?
was the second Thursday of every month.
Okay.
Okay,
Great.
and so we and then every member has an alternate. So if someone can't make a particular meeting, there's always representation from the organization they represent. So obviously we try to make sure that there's a broad diversity at all of our meetings. We have both an in-person and a remote option so that there's options to participate. And then we have a very open, I typically will pose a question, we'll have a dialogue back and forth, we'll work through a problem, and then we'll come to a consensus. There's never been a situation where I don't think we've reached a consensus around a particular way of doing things. And so for those of you who don't know, I was the county's emergency manager, and as an emergency manager, you learn. I had no resources as the emergency manager director, so I always had to figure out how we partnered together with all the organizations to come to a solution that worked for everybody. And so I've adopted that same mentality to this work group, and we try and make sure it's collegial and everyone comes in we can have an honest dialogue with one another and come to a consensus around how to best solve an issue that serves both the clients of the facility as well as the residents in the neighborhood.
I'm so glad to hear that. It's one thing to have a group of stakeholders. It's another thing to actually use and engage. And so I'm really glad to hear you are. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one follow-up question on that, and then Councilmember Jackson has questions, and I'm sure others as well. With the work group, are you planning to post any more regular updates or a quick summary or presentation?
We could actually. In our last meeting, we actually did a since the beginning update, so we could actually post that, which has all of our meeting minutes from all of our various meetings. What we discussed.
I think that would be
Okay,
fantastic.
we can do that.
I looked at the site, I scoured it,
Yep.
and the last update was from July 2023.
Yep, we have meeting minutes from all of our meetings where we discussed and what we came to consensus on. So I'd be happy to get that posted. I think.
And
Yep.
sometimes when people don't have information, there can be misinformation in the community. So I think that would help the project as well.
We can do that.
Councilmember Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. First, thank you for this update, but also for all the work that you have done with the community to engage. I echo Councilmember Fulton's comments. I think it's really important, and I've been paying attention for a long time, at least a couple of years, and from where it started and the contentious relationship with the people around the site to where it is now is a testament to you, but also to the community coming together and working out problems. And so I really appreciated that because it's a good model for how to make progress. Now, did you say what time the meeting is on the 21st?
I can. I think we have time. I don't want to misstate it right now.
Okay.
7 o'clock. Oh, thank you.
I just want everybody
7 o'clock
watching to be able to.
We typically do it for about 90 minutes to 2 hours, and what we'll typically do is we'll do a presentation very similar to what you received, and then we'll open it up for question and answer from anyone in the room, and we'll also have a remote option so people can send in questions from online as well.
So I had a question. You piqued my interest when you talked about the diversion center location being moved up. So that makes the northernmost section of Salem Blocks Road kind of up in the air. So do you have anything under consideration, like what could go in there?
We've heard a lot from the community around a park or something along those lines. I certainly think their housing is an option that we all talk about all the time. I think I don't want to. There's literally been zero conversations in the executive branch around what that property would be used by, because I don't want to even suggest that we've got some many of options, because we aren't even there yet. Obviously, it's going to be some. Not only does the Justice Center have to be open, but we've actually got to do demo on the existing MCDC property and restore it to a usable site capacity. That will be 5 years from now, I think, reasonably. And so we're probably talking about getting into what the rest of the site is over the next couple of years, but we have not had any in-depth conversations. But we've certainly heard from members of the community that there's things that they would like in that area, and I think we're open to some ideas around that.
All right. Well, thank you. And I would just say, can you make a commitment that you will have a community conversation
Yes.
before? Okay.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
I will just say I've heard from the community, a community center would be an idea that they'd like to see. Councilmember Miles, I know I promised you next, and then I'll move to Councilmember Valeri.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll make it quick. Could you mentioned at some point during the presentation, I don't recall the slide, if you can speak more to I think one of the goals was to dissuade people utilizing the facility in lieu of the justice system. Did I hear that correctly, or is it about abuse or something like that? Because I thought that the point was for diversion where appropriate.
Yeah, so we'd like to do some combination of pre-arrest and post-arrest diversion at the facility. Pre-arrest diversion being the obvious most important goal. And so what that means is, let's say an individual is trespassing for the third or fourth time, but the interactions of the officers suggest to them that it's really an underlying mental health issue. The person's in crisis that's driving the trespassing behavior. And while they can't just leave the person on the street because they're trespassing and they've done it several times, they don't really want to arrest them. So what they'll do is they'll take them into custody, drive them to the diversion center, and have them be assessed inside the Sally Port, as Mr. Omivard referred to. They'll be assessed in there by clinicians. If it's deemed that they're appropriate to stay in the facility and that really addressing their mental health issues will help address the underlying criminal conduct, they'll be taken into a program for up to 72 hours inside the facility and potentially referred to other outpatient services thereafter. If they complete the 72 hours or up to 72 hours, perhaps they don't need a full 72 hours, then they will no longer be facing the trespassing charge that they were being originally arrested for, because we believe that we've done them a better service by addressing their needs as opposed to incarcerating them and giving them a criminal record. And frankly, trespassing, they're going to be released pretty quickly anyway, and still in the mental health crisis that drove the first behavior anyway. So that's sort of our goal for the facility, is to offer that as a core option. Now, we've also talked a bit about post-arrest diversion, meaning that they've been arrested for some other crime, but through their intake analysis, they were deemed, maybe there's some more going on here. We can do some, they may have the arrest, but maybe they'll have their charges dismissed or lessened by virtue of participation in a diversion program. That's a little more complicated to work through. So, obviously our focus is on pre-arrest diversion because we don't want people to have that criminal record in the first place. But obviously we want to have the option. We want to have multiple options available to us at the site based on the needs of our community.
Thank you. So I guess I'm trying to figure out, I think maybe I misinterpreted the statement that you made. Was it about dissuading people from utilizing the facility in lieu? Like if people are trying to get out of arrest? Did I just mishear that?
Yeah, so what we are afraid of is, let's say, use the example that I used where someone's trespassing, they've got an underlying mental health issue, they agree to go into treatment at the diversion center, the officer drives away, then they suddenly no longer want to agree to treatment, they don't complete any treatment course in the facility. We're not going to just release them onto the street in mental health crisis, having committed the trespassing charge. So we would be concerned about people trying to manipulate the diversion center as a mechanism to avoid an arrest without completing the very basics up to 72-hour clinical intervention. And so we don't want people to go in and say, yes, I'll commit, officer drives away, no, I won't, I walk out the door. What would happen in that circumstance is the officer would return, complete the arresting process, and they'd go into the justice center at that point.
Got it. I recognize that the nuance of what you just outlined, and there are people smarter than me can figure out. I do recognize that some people in crisis may use, part of their the manifestation can be manipulation. So again, I'm glad that you all are thinking about the topic. I just wanted clarity on that point, and I appreciate your response. That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Van Grack and then Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you.
1 second. I'm sorry. Councilmember Valeri's next. And then we'll go to you. Apologize.
It's okay.
Councilmember Valeri.
I can be fast. No, it's all right. It's all right. It's the end of the alphabet. Dr. Stoddard, it's very nice to see you. I think funny to see you on this side. As somebody who went to all the diversion center public meetings, I agree that it's definitely in a much better place. I will leave it there. It's in a much better place than some of the meetings. I would definitely love to hear, and it can either be via email or as an aside. I would love to hear from the stakeholders, in particular, the stakeholders who work with their clients and their patients, to kind of hear what they think the community outreach has been like, that they make sure that everybody, do they feel that they're being heard? And I know sometimes those are sticky conversations, so I just wanted to point that out. I have one question and one comment, and this is really just my own personal edification. I noticed in that the state's attorney, McCarthy, was reviewing the list of crimes under which diversion would be an option, and that you, as a task force, haven't looked at it. Will he then have the final say, the determination, or is that a decision that will arise from the working group?
So I obviously we've made these decisions collegially, and I would expect that this decision would be no different. So I would think that there would be some given. There were some crime, like for example, significant crimes of violence or sexual offenses for which I think there's pretty broad agreement around some of those. There were others that I think there's probably a lot more discussion, and so I think that it wasn't the list that was provided. I think there was some initial feedback. I think we literally just saw the initial. I shared it at the last meeting. There was very little conversation about because it actually wasn't on our agenda for that night, and so we haven't had a stakeholder conversation about it. I think that's probably what we'll talk about at our next meeting as well. So I would expect. I mean, my work with Mr. McCarthy is that he's not unreasonable in these spaces, and so I would expect that if there was feedback from the stakeholder group, he'd be receptive to it. But been working with. I was going to say Mr. McCarthy, for a very long time, and I would expect that he would be pretty amenable to finding a middle-of-the-road solution to these problems.
Yeah, no, that I would be interested in that, because sometimes I think in the discussions that I've heard around juvenile justice, I'm not always impressed by the approach. So I'm hopeful that you all can come to a collegial agreement on that, because I think that there's better ways in many respects. I would be remiss if first off, I love this project, and I think you know that. And I'm actually very proud that this project is in Rockville. And it was interesting to me during the course of getting to know people along the way to sitting here that there was a much wider variety of opinions on the diversion center than perhaps was put forward during the community meetings. A lot of people did not feel comfortable speaking up, whether it was in their neighborhoods or perhaps during the meeting. So I just wanted to let you know that there were a lot of people shared with me that that they were also very proud that this is an approach that the county is taking. And honestly, you know, from what I heard during those meetings, again, I'm not privy to the current task force meetings, our stakeholder meetings. It really sounded like there was a gap in engagement between the Department of Corrections and the neighborhood. And this kind of became the lightning rod in many ways for some longstanding concerns. So I'm hopeful that along the way that there will be an ongoing community engagement component from all stakeholders and finding new ways to do that. I will say that I'll put in my final plug and then I'll stop talking, is that, and not surprising anyone on this dais, is that I can only say that of a county of more than 1 million people, to have only one crisis center is not something that I'm proud of. And I think that the men and women working at the crisis center do such an amazing job. I know some of them personally. And they are some of the hardest working individuals, providers, everybody that's there. And they provide such a tremendous service that I am truly hopeful that the county executive assist them in making their facility safer, and that we can look at expanding to additional facilities. Because I think that would also alleviate what I think are generally some concerns. So anyway, I'm going to stop there. Madam Mayor, could probably talk all day about the diversion center.
Can I address two things you said?
Of course, of course.
So first, the stakeholder group will evolve ultimately into a facility. It'll be an ongoing. The composition may evolve over time, but it will be an ongoing community engagement forum to discuss ongoing operations at the facility. If there are ever observations that are made around how it could operate better, that's the goal of the facility. Or if incidents occur at some point, that would be a good forum to have the conversation around what happened, how it was addressed, how do we prevent it from happening in the future, that kind of thing. The other thing I would address is I think there are at least 2 different opportunities that we're actively pursuing around other facilities in Montgomery County, including some work that would be done potentially at both of the crisis center, but ultimately building out there's a real goal from Dr. Santiago and Christine Hong, who oversees our services and prevent homelessness, to do a sort of a larger restoration type open walk-in facility, but also a homeless triage facility in the same space, because with our homeless population, we often have co-occurring mental illness and substance use issues as well. And so that is a facility that I would anticipate goes into facility planning and the CIP over the next year or so. It's something we're actively discussing because we agree that this facility will not in any way, it's a 45-bed facility, the diversion center. Even if it were open to the public, which it is not, it would be full and you would never see a bed in the facility, and people would walk up and never be able to access it. So we need a lot more capacity than 45 beds.
And I appreciate you sharing. Thank you.
Councilmember Van Grack and then Councilmember Shaw.
First and foremost, thanks again for being here. Thanks to you and the stakeholder engagement team for the work that you guys have done to further this project and move it forward. But I also want to echo something. I know the mayor touched on it as well, and it's kind of a key word that I think was part of the difficulty starting, and it's communication, communication, and communication. I know that when you first came here and with the previous mayor and council, there was a lot of surprise and confusion about what's going here. And I also want to relay one of the reasons why the mayor and council brought you here. Aside from the fact that we wanted to hear more of an update, we heard from a number of community members who was reading some of the websites that the mayor was talking about and had confusion and were making assumptions that I think are incorrect based on your presentation about what was really going on. I know there was a name change, there was some other changes. There hadn't been a outreach to the community. There hadn't been an update to us. And with some of those, I think, easily interpreted differently aspects of the website, it could create confusion. So I'm glad to hear that we're doing another community outreach later in May. I would only encourage, just as Madam Mayor said, of doing a little bit better job with that outreach, knowing that there's going to be time in between those outreach points where people are going to say, I wonder what's going on, look on the website, potentially see something that could be a misinterpretation that we're going to hear from, which essentially is going to come to you. And I think one of the mantras that the prior mayor and council mentioned to you as well is communication, communication, communication. If we're not communicating with the people who are living nearby, we're going to create the confusion. And, you know, I'm sure you saw, even at some of the community outreach events last year, some people had misinterpretations even then when you were working to do it. So I applaud you for coming here. We want to hear more. I know the community's begging for more information. So I just want to echo what the mayor was saying. I also want to touch on something that you said. When you were mentioning, I know Councilmember Jackson talked about when you were talking about moving the facility to the northern to the southern end. You talked about working with the city and engagement and partnering with the city. I know there has been some, you know, interactions and some discussion. Is there going to be some type of, whether it's a memorandum of understanding or agreement with the city, for us to kind of have an understanding with regard to what are the safety protocols going to be with regard to the neighboring communities? What's going to be potentially the length of stay? How we're going to be addressing the walk-ins? Because I know there's a lot of assumptions of what we're going to do, but I know that from the city's perspective, we'd like to, you know, work with the county to make sure that the nearby residents are assuaged with this issue. And I'm saying this not just for, I mean, my parents, I grew up literally in one of the neighboring communities, the Seven Locks Alliance. And so I know I'm hearing it, you know, from everybody in the neighborhoods about what is going to be the insurance. Is the city going to have some type of arrangement? What is the county going to be telling us for an understanding of the parameters?
Well, so first off, that was a comment chorus from former council member Feinberg, who regularly requested an MOU. That's not been removed from the list of things that the county is committed to doing. So we just, I mean, obviously we need to figure out some of the details before an MOU process can begin, because we got to be able to spell out a lot of the way the facility operates and things like that before we can commit to an MOU. But we that's still on the list of things the county's committed to doing.
Excellent. And, you know, and again, I know you said this, but I'm just wanting to make sure, because, you know, we're, again, communication to communication. With regard to what's going to be happening in that other end of the facility, I presume there's going to be some type of at least conversation with the city as to what's going to happen before any plans are developed, so that we learn from, I guess, mistakes of the past with going forward for facilities.
Yeah, I mean, let me start off by saying there were a number of communications missteps made in this project in the initial stages. And frankly, that was why the county executive pointed to me and said, fix this, right?
Yep.
And so we're a number of years away. If I'm still in, you know, if there's still the current county exexecutive and I'm still in my position, then I think
we're
we're
on a contract that you're staying in this process.
Yeah, I mean, I for those who've worked with me, I think I've always viewed it as better to have a conversation up front than have to try and fix angry feelings on the back end. And so as soon as there's any inkling of a conversation, we'll engage with the city. Obviously, we're going to ultimately rely on permits and things like that from the city. And so we've learned that it's just better to have the conversation early and make sure there's clear understandings on everyone's part, and, you know, make sure the community's heard on this. So to the extent that I'm still here in Montgomery County in my current capacity, I'll commit to making sure that we have a conversation around it. There has been none to date, and I don't know when will happen, obviously. So.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
And I'm looking forward to the continued communication.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It does sound like the decision-making process around visitors has evolved, and understanding that visitors are a critical part in clients' social and support network. Can you just speak a little bit more and provide some more details on that decision-making process?
Yeah, so so originally the premise was that there wouldn't be visitors, but actually NAMI brought forward, hey, like visitors are really going to be important to the ongoing recovery of individuals. They may assist in getting them through the facility and helping them have a plan moving out. And I think, I think there was large agreement around the fact that, maybe if it were done correctly, visitors would not pose any additional traffic to the facility. There wouldn't be any challenges to the community for doing it, and it might actually serve a benefit of having clients that are able to move quicker and things of that nature. And so we had a very candid conversation. Actually, the leadership from NAMI came to that meeting, and I think we talked through a proposal, and I think there was pretty universal agreement with some suggestions for add-ons to it. And so essentially, what would happen is once someone is taken into the facility, there would be a conversation between the individual and their clinician around what visitors there might be and who that might be, and whether they would want to do it remotely or in person. And it would be an agreement. We want the client to have some agency in their treatment. And obviously, we want the clinician to be looking out for them, because depending on the stage of crisis, it may be the right time or not the right time to have a visitor. Also, given that we may have individuals in substance use crisis, we wanted to make sure that visitors weren't an opportunity for bringing in potential narcotics to the individual. And so that would be why the clinician and the client are involved. Who is it? You don't want just people showing up to the facility seeking visitation because you don't know who they are and what the relationship to the individual and the client was. And so I think that's why we designed a program where it would be more controlled, and that the visitor would receive some direction from the clinician around what to expect when they arrive, what not to do to trigger the person who may still be in crisis, what kind of, do we want to bring the kids or not? I mean, I think there's a lot of decisions and conversations that would occur between the clinician and the potential visitor, and between the clinician and the client, to make sure that it's an opportunity that works and supports the overall care of the individual. And so we have some more protocols that will be hopefully clinician informed, as well as client or people with lived experience informed about that. But I think it's our rough thinking. None of the ideas, I think, are finished products, meaning this stakeholder group is still ongoing, and there are a number of things where we said, well, we'll come back to this, or we'll come back to this, or there's some dominoes where one decision over here affects the way you make another decision over here. And so I think that this is going to be an ongoing process for us that obviously will be taking place over the next several years, and it'll get further hashed out.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Jackson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think what you talked about was evolving, and the site will evolve, the procedures will evolve. So I just want to reiterate something that Councilmember Van Grack said. It's really crucial for us and you as a county to come up with an MOU or an MOA with this site, because we're not always going to be here. You're not always going to be here, as you said. And the executive is not going to be here. So I think it's really important to memorialize, exactly what our role is, your role is, and so that there's no confusion and the community knows, and that we can go forward with communication, as Councilmember Van Grack said, but that everybody is clear on what it is that we're doing, and that there's not going to be any surprises. So I just want to reiterate that, because I think that is really a crucial point, to have an MOU or an MOA, and the fact that you're going to start that with the city, I think is a really good thing. So thank you.
Yeah, it's been. I'm not going to allow a bait and switch to happen under my tenure as the person who's coordinating this. Understand that, and so I see that we've had no issue. I've talked to the executive about doing an MOU with the city. Obviously once we nail down procedures at an appropriate time, we're committed to doing that. And I think having community expectations, client expectations, city expectations all in one place makes a lot of sense to us.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I know that came up during the last council as well. It's just, this building will be beyond all of our terms, and so we want to make sure that there's clarity. And sometimes it's, what was that conversation again? We know that happens, and so I think it's just good to have things in writing, and so everything is clear. I also just wanted to say I appreciate your involvement, both of you, in this project. We worked very closely together when we were handling COVID and coordinating with the municipalities. So I've seen the professionalism you bring to the job, as well as the fact that you're not afraid to handle tough issues and to be welcome to change and shift based on the feedback from the community. So I wanted to thank you. I know it's not easy. Also, I wanted to confirm, and I know this, but for the public, that the committee has a variety of viewpoints on it. We have the neighborhood, we have mental health leadership, we have people who would potentially be referring people to. So if you could just speak to what that stakeholder committee is like, I think that the public would benefit.
Yeah, so we have membership from the community, the Seven Locks Alliance, 3 members. They represent the interests of the neighborhood. We have 2 members from individuals with lived experience, as well as so NAMI and STEER. And STEER is our stop, triage, engage, educate, rehabilitate. It's essentially our substance use intervention program. And there are individuals who are peers who have with lived experience who have substance use history and would be able to represent those interests. And then we have a Department of Health and Human Services who will ultimately be the operator of the internal workings of the facility, probably via a contractor inside, but obviously the RFP process has not been completed at this point. I'm not sure it's been started officially yet. They're developing an RFP for it, and they got a group working on that, as well as general services and corrections, obviously, who will be potentially not just they will be a neighbor, but also they will be potentially referring clients from the correctional facility and correctional system to the diversion center. In addition, we've had, depending on the meeting, we've brought in fire rescue who might be transporting individuals. We've invited hospital representatives, although we need to still do some work with the hospitals. Police department, who obviously would be bringing in clients as well. And the State's Attorney's Office came to a particular meeting we had back, I believe, in October, and Mr. McCarthy is committed to an ongoing engagement with the facility. So we have a broad diversity of views represented, and as I alluded to, this group will likely evolve over time as we recognize where there may be additional stakeholders that need to be engaged for particular issues. And so, for example, I think with the transportation conversation will warrant us bringing back a Department of Transportation representative to additional meetings in the near future.
Thank you. In terms of the community feedback, the community meetings that I was talking about, I'm wondering if it might be possible to update the website before the May 21st meeting, just so that people have a reference before they get in there, can see what progress has been made, and that can help them to formulate their questions before they attend the meeting.
Yeah. So what I'll commit to doing is we'll get by the end of next week we'll get the website updated. I'll see if we can get the slides from this presentation as well as the meeting minutes from all the stakeholder groups posted. And I think there's probably some preliminary drawings that are already up, but we'll make sure that those are updated and reflective of the current project. And to the extent, if there's, I will look for the Restoration Center cross references myself. But if there's any, if you or your staff want to
send links to staff so they can share it with
you. Okay, so that would be great. I appreciate that.
I don't want
to miss anything in my searches. So, but yeah, we'll commit to doing that by the next week.
Thank you. And then the FAST-Aid, you mentioned that there will be a wall of some sort. There will be communication with the community about the wall, so it's not looking.
Yeah. So yes, and it may be landscaping type wall. We've talked about there's a bunch of different options there on the table.
Just want to make sure it's
it's going to be aesthetically pleasing.
Right.
Yeah, we're not looking to have a barbed wire fence of any kind or anything. It's going to be one of the important features that was recognized by some of the people who, with lived experience, for example, they don't want the specter of the Justice Center looming over top of you when you're going to the diversion center. And so the barrier is largely to segregate the two facilities one from the other so that you don't, when you're coming up to the facility, you wouldn't even, and we've talked about this on our signage too, for example. We don't want the public signage that's utilized by, to be so indicative of the fact that there is a potential Justice Center, or that's why we renamed it, but also why the signage will be reflective. So you're not arriving on a facility like, oh, the threat of the correctional facility is literally right over top or right in front of me. And so the goal is to make the barrier be separate the two projects one from the other, create some distance, and make it so that clients won't have the fear or feeling that the Justice Center is right there.
So appreciate that. If you listen to one of the first meetings where this came, that was one of my comments, is from a public health perspective, people do not want to go to a place to get help where they fear of being incarcerated. So I think that is very thoughtful and shows the evolution. Since it is Mental Health Awareness Month, I will just make my final plug and say the Crisis Center does need more help. I've noted before the City of Rockville Police Department has made 127 calls for service to the Crisis Center. We need more collaboration. We need more safety for the workers who are, committed to helping our community. And then we also need more in the way of safe housing options, because some people are using that space to seek safer opportunities. So there's a lot of work to be done. I know that we don't have all the resources in the world, but this Crisis Center is so important, separate from the other project we're talking about. This is another project. I just felt like it's important to raise that we do need critical improvements there. And I agree that, I know that you agree that we need another one because we have one in the entire county. And I'm sure Up County and other parts of the county need help as well.
I'd be happy to return and talk more about the Crisis Center, because that's another area of interest for the county to address, both in terms of security, but also you alluded to we had a long conversation this morning actually around transitional housing and how do we not just create more shelter capacity, but how actually we transition people out into affordable housing or permanent supportive housing. And so we agree, we're making some efforts to increase security, but that's a Band-Aid to what is a larger problem, and we're committed to addressing it both in our services to prevent homelessness, but also in our Department of Housing and Community Affairs. And so I appreciate that feedback. We'd be happy to come back with Health and Human Services to talk about it more.
Thank you. And I noted that we're looking at the Crisis Center as a place we might refer people to. So for this model to work, we also have to make sure that we're improving the Crisis Center. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much to you both. We appreciate it. We'll see you May 21st. All right. We'll now move to the Human Rights Commission Annual Report. For those who are tracking our agenda, it's item 8B. Welcome, HRC. And welcome, Mr. Tyree Davis, the third.
All right. Hi. Thank you for having us today. I was waiting for our presentation to come up. All right. The Rockville Human Rights, is this working? Okay. The Rockville Human Rights Commission is pleased to present our annual presentation to you all, the Mayor and Council. We'll be talking about some achievements in 2023 as well as initiatives for 2024 and beyond. You can go to the overview slide, Tyree. So the HRC, we are an 11-member group of volunteers appointed by the Mayor and Council, charged with minimizing the effects of conflict and promoting an appreciation of diversity within the City of Rockville. To meet these goals, we advise the Mayor and Council on human rights issues that affect residents and community members. We provide a variety of services and educational opportunities to engage the community of Rockville to promote global thinking. We encourage civic awareness, and we reflect the rich diversity found in the city at our events as well. I think you can go to the next slide. Oh, not quite yet, sorry. We held 12 monthly meetings in 2023, as well as meetings for different subcommittees, task forces, and event planning groups. We accepted 5 city proclamations, you can go to the next slide now, and celebrated the city's accomplishment of earning a perfect score from the Human Rights Campaign's Municipal Equality Index, which is an annual assessment of cities throughout the U.S., assessing the city's commitments to inclusivity and equality for LGBTQ+ people who live and work in the city. Thank you. In 2023, the HRC supported planning and execution of 2 events. The first we'll talk about is Rockville's Martin Luther King Jr. Day celebration, held each January to remember the life and legacy of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. It includes speakers, cultural performances, information booths, and opportunities for service projects. After a handful of several MLK Day celebrations that were held virtually, HRC in-person events kicked off in 2023 again. This year we had our 52nd event, which uplifted the theme Celebrating Service to the Community, We saluted over a dozen participating nonprofits at the event, and the program included a film screening for the first time of Finding Fellowship and a Q&A with Reverend Dr. Gerard A. Green Jr. afterwards. We also had in our programming a panel discussion with Jedi professionals Selena Mendy Singleton and our very own Tyree Davis IV, as well as a children's performer, Groovy Nate. We were also honored to have Mayor Monique Ashton be our event's keynote speaker this year. That was really exciting. And then finally, Soul in Motion closed the event with a drum performance. I'm going to hand it off to you to talk about Pride event. It starts here.
Since 2017, the HRC has funded, organized, promoted, and operated Rockville Pride, an annual festival that celebrates Rockville's LGBTQ+ community. The celebration features live performances, information booths, intimate dialogue, participation from local businesses and nonprofits, and children's activities such as crafts, face painting, airbrush tattooing, and some years a moon bounce. On June 24th, 2023, the HRC hosted Rockville's Pride celebration in Rockville Town Square, for the first time extending the length of the event from 2 hours to 3 hours long. This year's Pride celebration will take place on Sunday, June 2nd, 2024, 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. in Rockville Town Square. We are thrilled to be kicking off new partnerships with artists and residents and Montgomery County Public Library, who will be featured at the event this summer. We encourage the Mayor and Council and all Rockville residents to attend this year's Pride event. In addition, for this year, we will have a Pride Month and Juneteenth intersectional event occurring on June 20th. And at our Pride event on June 2nd, we will have an author's table with, I believe, 4 local LGBTQ authors who write different types of books. There's a children's author and a nonfiction and young adult. So we're really excited for those developments. In addition to these 2 events, the HRC has implemented the Student Ambassador Program, SAP, since 2019. The SAP is an annual leadership opportunity for students, sophomores, juniors, and/or seniors who live in or attend high school in Rockville to serve as student ambassadors for a 9-month term. The SAP goals are to educate participants about human rights and about the HRC, provide them opportunities to develop leadership skills as they aid the HRC in planning and executing its programs, establish and maintain an ongoing relationship between the HRC and the youth it serves, and improve the reach and effectiveness of the HRC programs and initiatives. This year, the HRC is working with 3 Rockville student ambassadors who are currently supporting Pride event planning, among other initiatives. Since 2019, the HRC has also recognized Human Rights Day on December 10th, the anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and has celebrated the day by creating online web pages or running social media campaigns to educate about and promote human rights. For example, in 2021, the HRC's student ambassadors created a series of social media slides about Human Rights Day. In 2023, the HRC launched a subcommittee to evaluate the steps required to make the city of Rockville a human rights city, the first human rights city in the state of Maryland. The HRC plans to present findings and recommendations to the Mayor and Council regarding the desirability and feasibility, and recommendations to the Mayor and Council regarding the desirability and feasibility of Rockville becoming a human rights city, as well as associated initiatives, Cities for CEDAW, which is the Convention on Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, and Child-Friendly Cities, the 3 of those being international municipality-based initiatives for human rights.
In addition to our programming, the HRC liaises and supports other boards and commissions through the city. These include the Montgomery County Remembrance and Reconciliation Commission, which just this past year installed a marker. It's, I guess, if you go outside of City Hall, I mean, it's about a block away. It's between here and the county offices, and it commemorates the racial terror lynchings in Montgomery County. It honors Mr. John Diggs Dorsey and Mr. Sidney Randolph, 2 of the victims who were actually murdered in Rockville. 2 markers were installed, and the HRC was deeply honored to have supported this important event and continues to work with MCCRR in the current and future initiatives. We strongly encourage you all to take some time to visit these markers and reflect on what they commemorate and the rather unpleasant part of our history that they cause us to remember. We also liaise with Human Services. So a couple years ago, we did a community wellness survey with the Human Services Advisory Commission. We shared our joint report back in 2022. But then in an ongoing fashion, we collaborate with the Human Services Advisory Commission to allocate around $750,000 per year in our caregiver grants program. This is something that I'm honored to serve on, and it's really meaningful to have such a direct and impactful, like literally measuring the lives that we are changing based on some of this funding. So actually being able to see the lives of Rockville residents that we're improving, like it is the most rewarding aspect of my role on the HRC. So sorry, I could go on about that grant for a while, but it's just a really cool program. We also participate in community events to connect with Rockville residents, promote HRC initiatives, and recruit volunteers. Some of these events have included National Night Out, Rocktoberfest, and Hometown Holidays. We also help register folks to vote during election years. We're also responsive to our community partners. There's been a lot going on in the world recently that y'all have seen us down here several times responding to current affairs, but then also community partners like Main Street. Main Street was able to put on a program called The Conversation Continues. That was a program that I think Tyree, were you also there? Tyree, Molly, and I had the pleasure of attending, and it was truly wonderful. Certainly helped me grapple with some of the recent tragedies that impacted the Middle East and kind of framed that for us. I still have an affirmation that I created as part of an exercise during that activity. That was put on by the Black Rock Center for the Arts and focused on ways in which we feel safe and unsafe amidst turbulent current events. Throughout outreach, the HRC empowers community members to engage civically, including helping Rockville residents and community members to speak at community forum. Lastly, in November 2023, an HRC member attended the Rockville Police Department's Fair and Impartial Police Training. Let's see, through consultation with the JEDI team and direct feedback to the Mayor Council, the HRC supports the city's opportunities to support justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. In 2023, the HRC advocated for more inclusive and accurate language for city resolutions, provide feedback to the advisor for the city manager for justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion on the drafted equity toolkit, mission, vision, and shared definitions, and provided the mayor and council or comments to the mayor and council regarding the Charter Review Commission recommendations. That was the review that expanded the council, among other things. And I think, I still have a little bit. Okay. And then the HRC also spoke to the mayor and council, as well as the Rockville Police Department, about protecting the safety of those engaged in First Amendment expression in the aftermath of an incident in the city.
Hi, Nigel. I also attended the Main Street event, and I can confirm that it was really beautiful and meaningful, I think, to most people in the room. Okay, in addition to the programming that we've already detailed, the HRC's Current Affairs Subcommittees we monitor media, mayor and council meeting agenda, other sources to identify opportunities related to human rights that impact Rockville residents. In 2023, in efforts to kind of systematize and streamline how we were responding to issues, the subcommittee developed the media monitoring and rapid response process and the rapid response template to better organize the strategies and our toolkit for responding to current affairs. The subcommittee leads the HRC's response to current affairs, which includes advocating for advocating with and providing resources to victims of hate in the city. advocating directly to the mayor and council when appropriate, and distributing information regarding opportunities to advocate to affected communities. So we've helped share information about mayor and council meetings and what community forum looks like and how folks can engage civically to try to increase community participation in important conversations.
Looking ahead, the HRC is excited to continue developing meaningful programs to celebrate the city's diversity, promote civic engagement, and advocate for human rights protections. The HRC is excited to dive deeper into civic education and engagement, including continued engagement with the Mayor and Council, as well as partnership with other organizations and institutions, to provide educational opportunities for community members to better understand not only how civic institutions operate, but also how human rights affects local matters. For example, the HRC is excited to be connecting with the Education Commission to identify opportunities to collaborate on human rights issues affecting students. The HRC also looks forward to developing more intentional and specific programming on disability rights and disability issues in the Rockville community. Finally, in partnership with the Mayor and Council and the City Manager's Office, the HRC looks forward to supporting city initiatives to develop an interfaith conversation that will foster community engagement, invite meaningful conversations, and promote opportunities to connect across differences.
Fantastic. You have been very busy. Thank you so much. This conversation is important more now than ever, and I appreciate all the thoughtfulness and the work that you all put into it. I've had a chance to watch some of your meetings, and just the care and concern that you have for our community shows, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
I will turn to my colleagues before I ask my questions. Councilmember Shaw?
I also just want to echo, Madam Mayor, you've done excellent work, and I'm really happy to be your liaison. And I just wanted to share that I am excited to hear the findings of the subcommittee on making Rockville a human rights city, and I'm really happy to support there. And I know that you've done a lot of work in the past to partner with boards and commissions in the county and the city. And as I was listening to your meetings over the past few months, I think there's a lot of linkages between the work that you're doing and the Racial Equity and Social Justice Advisory Committee in the county. One of the members actually served as a moderator at our MLK event. And so that is something that I would like to share at another date, just to get into some more details that you may be interested in. And there may be some more opportunities to do community engagement work, and I can share that at a future meeting. But I really just wanted to say thank you for all of your work.
That would be great. Thank you so much. And something that we didn't mention is that at least three of the members in our commission, I don't think anyone's involved in that specifically, but at least 3 members are involved in Montgomery County boards and commissions and committees. And so that is something that we are really trying to increase the county-city human rights engagement with.
Thank you. I know Dr. Miles has a comment he'd like to make.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'll keep it quick and brief. I just want to thank you all for that awesome presentation. I do miss serving as your liaison, but y'all are in great hands with my colleague. Keep up the great work, and do let us know how we can continue to support the work that you all do. Thanks.
We miss you, Dr. Miles. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I just had a quick question for you. I know that you've been involving youth in the commission. How is that going? Are there any lessons learned? And I also just want to say thank you for collaborating across commissions.
Yeah, so I co-started back in 2019 the Student Ambassador Program. That was my first year on the commission. I was 18 at the time. And saw definitely, as a recent MCPS graduate, a lot of opportunities for high school students that they just didn't know about, and a lot of the things where we were, at the time we had an annual program also where we were training high school students, which we've decided we may revisit in the future. But we had these things that we were doing, and then just needed students basically to be our ambassadors to the schools to spread the word. And so I think it's been going quite well. Every year we have students from at least 3 different schools. I think there's only been 1 year where we had a student from every possible school in Rockville, in addition to the 2 spots we have open for students who live in Rockville but either attend a private school or magnet school or something like that. But I think the Student Ambassador Program has been really meaningful for us and really impactful for our outreach work with students. And they're really involved specifically in Pride right now, which is one of the projects that I'm more involved with. So I've had the pleasure of working with a bunch of them. I don't know, do y'all have any, I don't know anything about the Education Commission yet. I'm excited to learn more as, I forgot who we have, who's going to be but we have a member who's not the 3 of us who's going to be the liaison to the Education Commission. Any other answers to that? I don't know.
No, that's good. And I'll just note that the city is also working on standing up our youth commission, so you'll have some more youth voices to support you. Thank you.
And I think we've definitely encouraged our ambassadors to sort of steer them that direction if they want sort of a more lasting role in the government of the city. It's kind of beautiful to watch some of these folks that at a high school age, I was still focused on like my SAT and getting into college, and they're focusing on how do I make my city a better place. Like, it's just really a neat program.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for your time and energy and all the thoughts. I know that we're going to be doing a community survey coming up in the next year, so hopefully there'll be opportunities for you all to comment on that from a human check-in perspective. I know that we usually collaborate with the Human Services and Human Rights Commissions on those. Thank you.
I'm so sorry to speak once more, but I realize I must have missed presentation 101 because we did not even introduce ourselves or our other esteemed member who is here. So can we do that in the last 45
Absolutely.
seconds?
Please go ahead.
I know, this is the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to me. Okay, you all know me. I'm Molly Cullen. I'm the co-chair. This is actually like tomorrow's my last day. I know, you'll still hear from me, and I'm sure I'll be around, but I will no longer be on the HRC starting on Wednesday. But I've been so honored to work with you all and to get to know you all and to be a part of this program.
Thank you, Molly, and we wish you all the best, and we might pull you back in at some point.
I say yes to everything, so please do.
My name is Gabrielle Zui. I am also a co-chair, and I will continue to be a co-chair after tomorrow. And this is now, as of last week, my 3rd term on the commission. So thank you for reappointing me last week.
And I'm Rebecca Murphy, Vice Chair of the Human Rights Commission. And then I just also wanted to shout out Florence, who came to support us. She is another member of the HRC and is our member on the MCCRR.
Thank you.
Thank you all,
all
so
right.
much.
Have a great evening. Thank you. Yes. So, question for staff. We just need a 5-minute break. Is that all right with you all? All right, we'll reconvene in 5 minutes. It is now 8:06. Welcome back, Rockville. Today is still April 29, 2024, and we're going to be beginning or reconvening our meeting 9-24. We'll be hearing a presentation on our annual climate action plan, and we're very excited about this update. We've already read the report, and I know there's a lot of good news to share. So welcome to our team, Erica Shingara, as well as Amanda Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I'm Erica Shingara, Chief of Environmental Management. We know you have a packed agenda tonight, so we have condensed the slides in the packet to a few to highlight the 2023 accomplishments and next steps to give us a little more time for any questions and discussion. Unfortunately, Audra Liu, our new sustainability program manager who joined us this year, could not join us because of a family emergency. And she's here to do the solar, the EV charging, and the facility energy retrofit. So we say hello to her tonight. But Amanda, the sustainability coordinator, which focuses on community actions, is here, and I'll turn it over to Amanda.
Thank you so much, Erica. Can you hear me okay? Okay, great.
our first highlight is the new online climate action plan dashboard, and I've got just one overview slide, a couple of community highlights. Erica's going to cover the municipal actions highlights, and we have a grant summary slide and then a next steps slide at the end of the presentation for items that will be coming back to you soon. So you can find a lot more details in the report and in this dashboard. You can drill down to any action, and you can find a lot more descriptions and updates. You can find information on equity considerations and metrics and data that we have compiled. So for example, this is the flood mitigation assistance program, and we allocated about almost $100,000 for 40 properties for flood mitigation projects to help reduce their risk.
Thank you. I appreciate the updates. We're not seeing the presentation, so.
Okay.
But that's okay. We can also follow your voice and then catch up on the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, hopefully you can see this now. So here's the longer description of the updates for the flood mitigation assistance program here. Also, in terms of updates for resilience, we've also started working on the flood resiliency master plan, and the Army Corps of Engineers has just recently started surveying a couple of stream valleys in Rockville for that. So let me go back to the slides. So here's my quick overview slide in FY24. You need to switch it. Okay. Sorry, excuse me.
You need to move which one?
The PowerPoint.
Sorry when you get fancy going back to the website live for the dashboard and a presentation.
It's all right. Okay, yeah, we wanted to give you just a little a hint of what's in that dashboard so you can go back and look at details later. So in FY24, about $3.7 million in our budget was allocated towards climate action related items. We were also awarded more than $1.2 million in grants, and we also have lots of robust community engagement, and so please follow the Environment and Sustainability newsletter. You can subscribe on our webpage. We have a lot of avid followers. In terms of energy efficiency, we're grateful that about 643 Rockville homes participated in energy audits through in various home energy projects through PEPCO. And between that and then also Montgomery County launched a pilot for electrification assistance for appliance electrification. And then also coming up this year, there will be more funding coming through like the federal rebates programs for energy efficiency and electrification through Maryland. And with that and other grants and different programs that are out there, there's going to be many opportunities to participate in energy efficiency and electrification. In terms of renewable energy, we've launched the Solar Switch Solar Co-op program this year, started in April, and we tend to have an outsized presence, an outsized number of participants. Thank you in part, no small part, to the Environment Commission's outreach efforts. And we also, sorry, I just lost my train of thought. I forget what my other, we have an information session on May 15th to find out more information, and you can join, and the Solar Co-op, they'll walk you through the whole process, which can seem kind of complicated, but it's a really helpful program to find out more. In terms of transportation, we have over 4,000 electric vehicles registered in Rockville zip codes, about a 70% increase over last year. And we also have 184 charging ports, but the community charging available has not quite kept the same pace as the electric vehicle ownership. So what we're working towards is various measures to try to facilitate more investment in EV chargers, including by working on the electric vehicle readiness plan and seeing what we can do there, as well as our partnership with Petco and other actions that we can do, working with the community, also including the building codes that will be presented tonight. That's another thing that's coming through. In terms of land management, most of this slide is about our Rainscapes program that we expanded quite a lot over the last year, with up to over 32,000 in rebates presented to 23 properties for small scale, environmentally friendly stormwater projects. In terms of materials and waste, our big takeaway from this slide is the compost program, extremely popular. We collected 97 tons of food waste last year. So we had opened a second compost drop-off station last year. So now we're looking at opening a third drop-off station as well. We already covered resiliency when we looked at the dashboard, so now I'll hand it off to Erica.
In terms of our municipal transportation, we're continuing to electrify our light-duty fleet. We've increased our EVs from 12 to 15 in 2023 and received our 16th in early 2024. Our EV fleet drove more than 45,288 miles, which is about 5% of our light-duty miles, saving approximately over 2,000 gallons of gasoline and saving over 3,000 gallons in fuel costs. We continue to expand our EV charging to serve our fleet because that is the biggest limitation to how we can electrify. While we have installed a charger at Fleet, we're under the procurement and design process for at least 11 more ports at Police, City Hall, and Recreation Services, and we're partnering with Petco to do a further analysis of our Rockville maintenance facility for light duty and heavy duty, and looking at 6 Taft Court. For public charging, you've already heard from Acting City Manager Craig Simino tonight about our partnership with Petco and the new ports available to our community. In terms of the next slide for energy efficiency in our municipal operations, we completed City Hall Phase 2 energy efficiency, so there's LED lighting in all of City Hall, and we did window film. Over the last year, we've seen a 10% decrease in our electricity use over the last year, and that was done with both MEA grants and Petco rebates. We received word in 2023 that MEA is providing a $150,000 grant for LED lighting upgrades at the Senior Center and Twin Brook Center, and we hope that'll be on the award will be next week. And we've applied for a grant that we're waiting for Thomas Farm Community Center. We've launched the LED streetlight conversion CIP. In 2023, 258 streetlights were switched to LED, but we know already in 2024, there are over 1,744 lights have been in progress, so they've been working hard on that to finish up Phase 1 soon. And we've applied for both MEA and Petco rebates to support those initiatives. Importantly, renewable energy. We're looking at ways to expand renewable energy for our municipal facilities. While we have Thomas Farm Community Center has a geothermal heating and cooling system, we've been looking about expanding solar in terms of solar canopies at other facilities. In 2023, MEA awarded us more than a $394,000 grant for solar canopies at the Rothka Maintenance Facility and 6 Taft Court, through a solar power purchase agreement where the third-party developer designs, owns, operates, monitors the generation, and makes any repairs. They can take advantage of the federal tax and state tax credits and can utilize commercial depreciation to reduce our payments to purchase that electricity. To see those concept designs on the next slide, we're very excited for these. The concept design for the Rothka facility, which is on the left, is the largest. It includes a 986 kW system with 2 rooftop installations and 1 large solar canopy over the employee parking lot. On the right-hand side, the solar concept for 6 Taft Court includes a 226 kW system with 2 solar canopies over the parking lot towards the east side. To put this in perspective, the average 2,000 square foot home has about a 5 kW system. So with these 2 sites, we're installing solar, which is similar to 240 homes. So we're trying to get our biggest bang for the bucks with these sites. The next slide. While we're pursuing those concepts, we're looking further, and we've applied to MEA for more technical assistance, and we know that DOE has a funding opportunity. The Swim and Fitness Center is required to comply with the building energy performance standards. So we know that energy efficiency and reduction of greenhouse gases will be important at this facility. So we'll be looking with a consultant for doing an energy audit and maybe looking at different opportunities to potentially install solar or other renewable energy systems, but that is pending. For the Lincoln Park Community Center, we know that there's a roof replacement being planned, and we're working with a solar contractor to get a preliminary estimate for a 35 kW system to partner with the Department of Energy Efficiency Community Block Grant, which could then potentially utilize direct pay, which the mayor and council have requested us consider. We still have to work with finance and our city attorney to see if that's feasible and if the timeframes work out for that, but that's what we're trying to plan for the use of that grant. Next slide, please. Now, I know this slide breaks all the rules, but there's too much information on it, but we wanted to show you the amount of work going on behind the scenes and the partnerships and the grants that we're exploring for the CAP. On the left-hand side, that's in green, it's the grants that have been awarded to the city for such items as flood resiliency master plan, solar canopies, LED streetlights, and facility lighting upgrades, EV charging, and tree planting at Redgate. Over the last 2 years, grant funding for the CAP initiative totals more than $1.8 million, and that does not include transportation funding that's tracked separately from Vision Zero. So items with mobility, pedestrian, and bikes are not tracked through this separately, so there's additional grant funding towards the CAP. On the right, the gray portion highlights potential future funding opportunities and partnerships. These are areas where we've either submitted a grant application or letters of support to participate in coalitions to help our community access funding, particularly the Inflation Reduction Act funding. The theme of the gray section column is to expand equitable access to CAP initiatives. We're trying to develop partnerships and be included in coalitions to fund to help equity emphasis areas, Rockville housing enterprises, multifamily properties, and other community members, and have them get access to energy efficiency, solar, building decarbonation, and EV charging. Since the slide was drafted, we know that the Montgomery County Green Bank and Maryland Solar for All applications will recently receive federal funding and will be monitoring the implementation of these programs to help our community connect with these initiatives. For its terms of next steps for the mayor and council, there are a few themes. First of all is budget appropriation, which we'll be doing soon for FY25, and that will continue some of these initiatives so that we're on a good pathway there. The second is agreements and contracts. There are several contract awards for LED lighting upgrades to the Senior Center and Twin Brook Community Center that are scheduled for next week, or future LED streetlight awards that will be coming, or a solar power purchase agreement. We're also looking to expand our partnership agreement with the Chesapeake Bay Trust to expand restoration and resiliency grant opportunities for our community, particularly to work with low and moderate income residents. And hopefully, if any of those items on the gray side of the sheet come forward and are successful, we'll hope to bring other grant agreements forward to you. Also, plans, we're still working on the electric vehicle readiness plan, and we hope to have a draft available in the fall. Montgomery County is finalizing their hazard mitigation plan, which is important for us to have FEMA access, so the city also has to adopt that. The city's working on their continuity of operations planning, and we're waiting for a FEMA grant to be able to start modeling and stakeholder engagement from a flood resiliency master plan. And then finally, policies and code administration. The CAP really requires several of our codes and policies to work together to support initiatives, and we know that Chapter 5, which will be introduced tonight, we've incorporated CAP initiatives into that. You'll also see potential changes to Chapter 10, the floodplain ordinance, Chapter 21, streets, roads, right-of-way, and public improvements, Chapter 21.5, forest and tree protection, and 25, which is our zoning ordinance, so they all work together. And with that, on our last slide, this isn't done by one or two people. There's many acknowledged, oh, there we go. There are many we would like to acknowledge that have helped with these initiatives and that continue to work with us. Thank you.
And I'll add that includes the many staff across departments in the city and the Environment Commission and all the people out there that are working on implementing projects as well.
I wish I could jump up right now, but I'm very excited about all that you all are doing. When we approved the Climate Action Plan, it was ambitious, but I know that you all have a lot of heart and the things that you've been wanting to do for many years that we've been able to get done very quickly. I also just wanted to note that it's not just about doing the right thing because we need to, right? Climate change is real. We have seen in our community that some of our older neighborhoods in particular are experiencing more flooding in basements. We know that people in our county are having issues with, growing. So it's having so many impacts on health, on the economy, as well as people's property. So I always say local government is where it's at, and I'm very proud to be a part of the city. We went from one small hybrid vehicle to, several, and I appreciate the fact that we're at 15 and we're gonna grow from there. I just want to acknowledge a lot of the hard work that you all have been undertaking and being very thoughtful and comprehensive, from whether that's thinking about how we're going to manage our floods and stream restoration to helping residents deal with flood mitigation in their own homes. I had a few questions. I won't go through all of them, but I just want to also acknowledge the team, because we are at a point in our cycle where the federal government does have a lot of funding, and so it's our moment to make it happen. So I appreciate the look at all the federal funding opportunities, because not only will it make our city more green and safer for future generations, but we're saving the taxpayers money. We can find funding from other sources, and we're also saving money when we're reducing our electricity. For example, you said a 10% reduction at City Hall. That's money that we can do on programs and services and infrastructure, and not just spending it on electricity. So I just want to say thank you for that. I have some questions, but I'll wait to hear from my colleagues to see. I'm sure everyone is also very excited about this. So, Councilmember Van Grack.
I just want to echo what the mayor is saying and compliment both of you on the work that you're doing and the whole city staff. I think this was an excellent explanation of everything that's going on, from what we're doing through solar, through what we're doing through resilience planning. It's just, I know during the Environmental Commission, all the updates that you're giving to the commission, but to see it kind of all together and being able to present to the public the work that's being done, it's in the right direction. I'm glad to see the work that's being done in this direction. And, in addition to which, all the work that's been done in the past 2 fiscal years and the upcoming fiscal years to actually get funding from multiple different sources, companies, different governmental entities, different agencies. So I just want to commend you all for the work that you're doing and striving and putting the city in the right direction.
Councilmember Larry, and then Councilmember Shaw.
This was a great presentation, and I'm looking at this, and then I'm like, looking up things on the fly as you were speaking. The flood mitigation efforts always have a special place in my heart as a Sump denizen. I swear I'll make a t-shirt that says that at some point. I know that that the county has invested in some early flood detection technology. Do we expect the floodplain maps to be adjusted at all for both the lower part of, southern part of Twin Brook, extending over toward Congressional, so those communities that were hit the hardest by the remnants of Tropical Storm Ida?
So FEMA is updating their floodplain currently, and we had stakeholder engagement in January and February. It depends on the size of the watershed. So the watershed by side Congressional is below their threshold, and that is why we're working with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and doing special analysis of those areas. The other section by by Twin Brook, the other area, that area is being adjusted by FEMA. And that information is on our website, and we have a floodplain manager that can answer any questions. We've sent letters to all the properties that were impacted, so they have had notice if they're in or out, if there's been any changes.
No, that's terrific, and that just means it's good news, because I didn't get a letter, but it's also good to know that folks should have that. I did want to, there were 2 things I wanted to flag. The number of Weed Warrior volunteers is always impressive, but I think even more impressive is the number of hours that people volunteer. It's, I've seen them in work, and I think that they're a tremendous resource for the city that not a lot of cities have. So I wanted to flag that. And then the final thing I wanted to share, when I was reading the report that was included as part of the agenda, looking at some of the equity framework, in particular, the equity framework when looking at our composting program, I completely agreed that, the fact that it's a drive up or walk up or whatever really is an evening. It levels the playing field for everybody, but that still kind of detracts from the fact that geographically we don't have a good representation of composting drop-off locations. I know that that's in process to find a place, but I just wanted to note, just for the record, that in general, making these sort of programs accessible across the areas, especially in equity-focused areas, I think is an important part of the equity aspect. So, but thank you. And as always, I know community members are so grateful for the flood mitigation efforts and the rainscapes, which I hope more people do partake in, especially now because it's planting season. So thank you.
I was just going to comment. I see Dr. Miles' hand, and then Councilmember Fulton, and then Shaw and Jackson. Everyone wants to talk. Great. But I just wanted to comment, the novelty of the flood mitigation program is not only does it help people to be able to make adjustments to prevent flooding, but it also is helping the city understand where the flooding's happening, that we weren't getting the data. And so it serves two purposes. And I also I'm going to support a composting site in the south. I know we've talked about it in the budgeting process. That is something that eked through the budget a few cycles ago, and we started with one and expanded to two, but they're always full. People love them. It's even more enthusiastic than even I anticipated, and I was really excited about it. So we have to get it in the southern part of Rockville, and I appreciate that there's going to be an effort to try to get that done. I've actually seen plans, so I know some things in the work for folks who are waiting with bated breath on it. Dr. Miles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's going to be a bit of a love fest tonight. I did want to give shout outs to Ms. Shingar, the Chief of Environmental Management and Public Works. You all are punching way above your weight in the best of ways. I also want to highlight the mayor's advocacy. She's a bit modest. She's been fighting for those EVs since she took the dais back in 2019. I'm glad to be our side in helping with that. But thanks, Madam Mayor, for that. Thank our liaison, Mr. Van Grack, and his advocacy to get our letters to the State House, and just echo the thanks to you all in terms of all the grant money you pulled in. When I read the agenda book, it was on packet page 65. I think I totaled 1.3, but you also had 1.8 million. Awesome. Keep up the great work. Thank you all for answering the questions that I have in advance. They had to do with like supporting to what extent we can modify or essentially look at how we our procurement practices when we send out these big contracts, many of which are discussed in consent agenda, and align those in ways that are consistent with the goals outlined in the climate action plan. There's some ongoing discussions at the state and county level, and I'm interested to learn about those. Thank you also for the info about the challenges to doing geothermal in other locations, as it was done at Thomas Farm, but it was kind of cooked into the design process. But I'm excited to learn about other interventions, green interventions being proposed at other sites. I do look forward to our discussion later on tonight on the policies and code amendments regarding building regulations. It's one big way to address it. As you all appropriately noted, it was package page 69. The significant amount of carbon emitted by our buildings, as well as I think it's action item 1.1.3. And I think it was addressed in part by one of our colleagues earlier, but I just want to also echo. I think it was great forward thinking on you all's part to providing a mechanism for people of low and moderate income to repair and improve their homes to meet those energy efficient standards, or at least approach those energy efficient standards. So again, overall, A+, keep up the great work. Let us know how we can continue to help, and I'll end there.
Thank you. Councilmember Fulton.
I will continue to love Fest, but with a twist. What I think is amazing about all of this is I think it's a testament to how good process makes good outcomes. Like, you had clear and unanimous support. You had clear and actionable goals. You had the right ability to make metrics, track them with frameworks and dashboards. And I think that gave you space to get the strategy to get to where you wanted to go, which has been an amazing progress in a really short period of time. So I let others speak to the substance of the amazing work, but I did want to highlight that it's good process that creates good outcomes, and this is a real testament to that. So thank you.
Thank you. Oh, who had their hands up first? Councilmember Shaw? Let's go. Go ahead.
I just want to echo my colleagues and say excellent work as well. Thank you. I had a quick question about community engagement. I know that you had some goals in there to try to achieve equity and incorporate equity with your community engagement. And I saw from the dashboard that it looks like it's at 77% in progress. Can you share a little bit more about what that means?
I think, so with the dashboard, it's part of the system in Visio, so sometimes you section things out. I think we have platforms in place, so a lot of the work to get some of this engagement is there, but I think we'll need more to engage with different members of our community. And as we know, these different grants and opportunities, whether it's going to be for solar, whether it's directed to single-family homes or multifamily, I'm really excited that we'll have a new housing and community development director this year, and we know that RHE has a new director, so there'll be different opportunities to try to mesh those programs and connect them with members of our community. So I don't know if it's exactly 77 because it's part of the platform, and maybe we have to think about that. But I feel that there's a framework in place, and now we have to be doing the doing once we know the programs and projects and the eligibility to link that with the community.
I have a second question, almost a follow-up question. I know in some of the equity considerations, there was mention of having materials in other languages, which is a great idea. That's what we should be doing. But I was wondering, so a part of the community engagement plan would also be to help to connect people in those communities with the materials to make sure that that there's a partnership in terms of follow-up action in whatever is being asked in those materials. And so I just wanted to hear a little bit more about that.
Sure, thank you for the question. I think that this is something that we are discussing internally in various formats, especially with the work of the JEDI team and looking at ways that we can do a better job of reaching out to folks that may not already be sort of tuned into the different incentives and programs and things that are already available. We do have in English and Spanish some of the materials for the Solar Switch program. And there is an ability to translate our webpage, but we look forward to continuing to work with the JEDI staff and find other resources as we can to expand on that. We've also recently we just found out today that we were able to receive some funding for or one of our partners received funding for some home repair, weatherization, roof repair, and solar. So we want to partner with them, and one way to sort of reach lower income residents directly is to work with Rockville Housing Enterprises and help them with their properties. They have some single family homes and multifamily homes, and we can help bring some of those same benefits to our residents through that means as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Jackson.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I will continue on with the Love Fest. First of all, I really like this presentation. I like all the work that has been done. I like the partnerships with other organizations, and of course, I like the fact that you're bringing in funding from other sources. I think that's all really exactly what we should be doing as the city. I had a couple questions. Basically, on engagement. I think all this is great. I think it goes to a point that Councilmember Fulton was saying on a dashboard and everything else. But I guess my question is, we can have this presentation here in this room, and it goes out on television. But how are we going to tell the residents about what we're doing, and then have access to these programs? So in the years that come, when we get up and running and have solid, I guess, programs, how do we get that word out to the residents? And whether it's the composting, whether it's the electric vehicles and the charging, or whether it's land management, and specifically the trees. I'm concerned about the trees just because, I know that right now, trees are kind of under assault, basically from the climate change, but also because there's invasive species that are kind of decimating the trees in the yards that we have and the city's property. So I guess my question is, how do we plan to engage with residents going forward and as we ramp up these programs?
Yes, we have a variety of mechanisms as the CAP has been developed. Obviously, we developed during COVID, and now we're moving out of that, so there's different phases. Several of you went to the stormwater tour at Northeast Pond Park, so that is one tour opportunity where you can walk into a neighborhood and actually see CIP projects in action. Other mechanisms, we have our environment and sustainability newsletter with about 3,000 subscribers, so if you just receive that, you get an email saying all the things that are going on. We know we have on June 4th, we have a Climate Solutions speaker series. It's virtual, and that is geared towards HOAs, faith-based congregations, common ownership communities, to educate them about the grants available through the Chesapeake Bay Trust and how they can access those restoration and resiliency grants. And of course, anybody can always contact one of us. We also table at events and provide outreach activities. At the Senior Center, they're having an activity in June, and we'll be donating some materials, some cap bags, and maybe tabling. The Creighton Creek Nature Center will be tabling. They have a Spring Fest coming up. National Night Out, we kind of make sure that several communities, that we only have so many staff members, so we kind of divide up and can only get to maybe 4 or 5 places, but we try to get to the community to let them know what's available, if it's flooding or if it's trees or composting, getting that information into the community. Obviously, Rockville Reports, we love because it goes to all the residents. And then working with other communities, like with our business community. We partner a lot with Montgomery County Environmental Protection. They have a direct link because they regulate both the large multifamily over 25,000 square feet and the commercial buildings. So we try to work with them on some of their communication for the businesses and multifamily properties. And then we look for other partnership outreach opportunities to kind of tag along and bring messages there. But we can always do more.
No, thank you. That's great stuff. So I have just a little question about the Weed Warriors, because you have 481 Weed Warrior volunteers. Can you talk a little bit more about that program? Because I think you sell yourself short. There's 481, but how many people actually are involved in the Weed Warrior program?
The Weed Warriors are amazing because they are kind of led by members of the community. We set them up with supplies, and we have very passionate members that adopt parks, they arrange, they coordinate, they train. I don't have the exact expanded numbers. They report back to our staff. But for Dawson's Farm Park, Redgate, and some of the other facilities. And then they also have planting. I don't know if you've been to Dawson's, but they have a little native plant garden there. And they're getting more seeds this week to plant for the
So, what I understand about the Weed Warriors is that they're trained to do kind of invasive species weeding, but that they lead projects And so you have one weed warrior, and then I guess, what, 15, 20, people.
It varies by the event. So they'll post it usually by the Montgomery County Volunteer or our network, and people can sign up and track SSL hours. So each site or each event, there'll be a team or so that will lead that, and then anybody from the community can participate, and you can get SSL for that.
No, I just think that's a great grassroots program, and yes, we have 481 weed warriors, but the multiplying effect is, I mean, there are probably thousands of people who are volunteer their time to go and weed out invasive species.
And the same with our Adopt-A-Stream program. We have Adopt-A-Stream members, which there's a leader that involves, and then they work with the community. So we have different volunteer groups.
So I guess I'm going to stop the Love Fest for just a second and speak about the LED lights. I don't know how many compliments we have received, but we do get a little bit of pushback from people who say, hey, you changed the light outside my apartment or house, and there's a problem. I mean, it's too bright or whatever it is. So how do people, I guess, what has been the response to the LED replacement, and how do people go about communicating with you if they have some kind of problem with the lights?
Hi, good evening. Jim Woods, Acting Director of Public Works. This one, I'll let Erica off the hook on answering this question. This initiative is led by our Traffic and Transportation Division. We've received mainly positive feedback on our LED streetlight conversion project so far. As you know, we've begun phase one this past fiscal year. We're getting close to the end of phase one. The project is supported by a grant, which has very specific criteria for the type of fixture used and the amount of light that can be dispersed from the fixture itself. So it needs to be what's called dark sky compliant. So there's some of the features that were in our existing streetlight inventory you won't see on the LED streetlight inventory. And so, of course, some people may perceive the individual light to be very bright directly underneath the light, and perhaps the spacing of lights is still consistent with what it was before, but the light dispersion is slightly different. So really, depending on where you live, you're going to perceive it differently. This has been successfully implemented across the country. We're following best practices on the type of fixture and the light style that's used in terms of the brightness and the color. We feel that over time, community members will become more accustomed to the change in the lights. And we really have not received any very specific complaints that we have not been able to resolve as of yet.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. I was just going to comment, I know that there is a dark sky reclamation effort in terms of light pollution. Like many places you can't even see stars anymore. So part of the effort is to help address that. I do recognize it's an adjustment for some community members and probably more kind of how we go in if we do a construction project, maybe some warning or communication with community members so that they are aware of what's happening and why. And I also remember there was some comment from the Newmark Commons community about because it's a historic community, they had certain style of fixture. I don't know if that's something that we can address in the future, but I did want to note that there's some neighborhoods that have specific street light fixtures for that community. Not necessarily speaking about the light, but the fixtures themselves. I believe that you all are planning to at least paint some of them so that they're not too colored, like, some of the changes change the tone of the pole fixture. So I don't know if you have an update on that.
Sure, yes, I can provide a quick update on that. We have received some concern from two communities that the type of fixture that we have replaced the lights with, not LED versus the traditional lights, it's just the actual style of the fixture is different than what was there prior. And many of that, the perception was that it changed the character of the streetscape. We our initial attempt was to consolidate so that we had all the same type of streetlight fixtures across the city. That would reduce our cost of holding a lot of different styles. We should have an update very soon on whether we can reverse that decision. We have been looking into what the cost would be, as well as our contract with our contractor to see if it's possible. So I will make sure I update the mayor and council on the requests that we receive from the community and whether or not we can accommodate them.
Yeah, and I see you, thank you. I think the communication, as we talked about earlier in other agenda items, is just very critical, so people know what's happening and when. That will help us as we transition. But overall, very positive, it's gonna save us a lot of money, and it looks like we have a lot more work to do. I had a couple quick questions. I see my colleagues has one, so I'll start with a few of mine and then I'll pause. There was a notation that 6 actions are phased and will need future resources to meet the intended goals of the plan. Is there anything that you can say about that? I saw one example of, perhaps some of the LED lights in some of our city facilities. Is that one of the areas? Because it was listed out in future phases, but can you expand more upon that and what's it needed?
Several in terms of timing and scheduling, so they might be coming forth in future budget requests as we look, see what type of funding we can get. One of them was municipal facilities. We're doing energy audits now. The mayor and council funded kind of a step-by-step program, so as we get the results of those energy audits and know more about what we need to do to comply with the building energy performance standards, we would probably have more a larger packet of information for the senior center, swim and fitness center, additional methods probably for City Hall. For the LED streetlights, I believe there was additional funds requested. That's part of the FY25 budget, so this CAP report was looking last year, so it's looking forward, but those are funded. We'll be getting more information about EV charging, specifically as we look at if we need additional electrical upgrades, like heavy-duty replacements when we're looking at our Rockville facility. So we'll be getting more information on PEPCO of what is required to expand charging there. One of the other ones was a vegetative management plan for our public space and our open areas. I believe that's a PIP in the budget for FY26. We're first focusing on finalizing our EV readiness plan and starting our flood resiliency plan before we can partake in one more plan as we're working on the climate action plan. And then there might be, as we're following more for solar, I don't know if anything will need additional roof structural upgrades. So there's things that we don't know yet, but that's what the intent was, some of the unknowns.
If there are things that we won't meet our goals by 2030 that we need to know about that are going to be critical, I think that would be good to raise a hand to let us know, hey, we need some help here, or we need to reconsider the timeline. I think that's important for us to just stay, be honest with ourselves and stay on track. In terms of the solar, so it's interesting. I was reading in the report, it says we're not necessarily looking at F. Scott Fitzgerald Theater for solar because it's historic, but there is the parking lot. So and I wasn't sure if are we saying all historic can never have solar. I was curious about that.
So that one, all of the Glenview Mansion, the Civic Center Park, the whole environmental setting is historic. So it's just calling out that I don't know if we could do anything at the parking lot. We would have to go to the HDC and ask that question. So that it's an unknown right now. So that is why we're kind of focusing on areas where we know they have more of a streamlined process so that we could move quicker. There could potentially, the parking lot looks good. We've talked about it with a solar contractor, but there would be questions about the historic setting and putting solar canopies on that. That would have to go to another body.
Okay, I think that's important because I don't see that as a limitation, especially if we're looking at the parking lot. And the other question I had is on electrification. So we had talked about potentially having an electrification program in the city. We saw that the county was doing it, and we decided to promote their program. So far, only 2 Rockville residents have been awarded the grant. Do you know if it's because not enough are applying for it, or we're just not getting our share of the county funds?
I think that if you look countywide, we have about the same proportion of people that are involved in the program. It just started this fall, and it does take several steps to get to the point of receiving rebates or discounts through the program. first you start with an energy audit through Pepco, and there may be certain, specifications that you have to look into in terms of, the size of an HVAC system, and you choose which types, and so it's a little bit more of an involved program. That's part of the reason why they have a help desk set up with it, which is very helpful. So we're continuing to promote that. And then the rebates that from the Inflation Reduction Act will be, several times more funding that will be hopefully upfront rebates that should be out by the end of the year. It's been taking the Department of Energy a long time to get those specified and to produce those, but this is it's a good initial program to promote to get started.
Thank you. Okay, and I appreciate this section on equity, and I know this update has more of an expanded section on equity than the previous annual update, so thank you for that. I want to acknowledge it. I did want to also look at, as we look at equity, air quality issues. So there are some neighborhoods that have like gas smell. Also, there's some neighborhoods that we know that there are some kind of grinding facilities nearby, and if you look at the state of Maryland's air quality index, sometimes you'll see certain parts of our city that have more air quality issues than others. So I just wanted to flag that for our tracking. And my last question, I sent you a bunch, so I'm not gonna go through those all, and I know you have them, but green trees contribute to greenhouse gas reduction and help us to meet our goals. I was curious as to when we're gonna be planting the trees to support the Arboretum at Redgate.
So the first part of the planning project, that was reforestation that's supported by the Chesapeake Bay Trust Grant, that has been installed. That is separate from the Arboretum. The Arboretum would be a different initiative that would have to go through design phase as part of the Redgate process. But the Recreation and Parks has already started some of the reforestation activities funded by outside.
So the trees that were, the funding we got through Chesapeake, those trees are, I forget that, it was like over $100,000.
192 or so, yeah.
So those have been planted?
Those have been planted.
Oh, great. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Councilman Van Grack.
Thank you. I would just be remiss if I didn't at least jump in a little bit to the discussion of the streetlights. And I just want to say, like I said before, the initiatives to get the funding, the initiatives to be energy savings is absolutely the right step. However, I did get a lot of complaints when they were installed to, I know, the Horizon Hill and the Falls Mead area, talking about the style and the fact that we no longer have the dispersion on a lot of the sides of the light. Now, it's because of the dark sky initiative, which is absolutely the right thing to do, because I also fully support that. That being said, it was not until they were actually installed in my neighborhood that I really understood what and Mr. Woods was saying with regard to if you are underneath some of those LED lights because you don't have the dispersion windows, it is quite blinding. And even when driving through those, you are actually distracted because that light coming in without dispersion is pretty distracting. And I finally realized where some of that complaints might be coming from. I know I talked to Mr. Woods in the Public Works Department about if there's possibly, because I don't think the answer is a retrofit, because this is absolutely the right direction we should be going, if there's some way that we can put some type of dispersion panel, filter underneath it so that it isn't as, even I have a neighbor who's walking his dog and he literally now diverts away from the light as far as he can because it's literally that blinding coming down. So just something to think about, if there's a way that we can have some type of, not necessarily a filter that would create upwards light, but a filter underneath it so that when you're not driving underneath it, you don't almost see almost like a light blinding searing in the side of your eye. And I know I'm talking pretty dramatic, but it was kind of surprising to me until it was done on my street and I realized, oh, I see what they're talking about. And I don't think, I'm not trying to argue for anything other than the dark sky initiative, absolutely the right thing to do. LED retrofitting, absolutely the right thing to do. But if there's a way to accommodate the problem of the excessive brightness underneath while still being able to do everything we're trying to do in the Climate Action Plan.
I agree, and I think I've seen some other jurisdictions that they have like dimmer LEDs. So I know that part of this grant required a certain type. So I think it's something for us to continue to explore. Councilman Valeri.
So, excuse me. I can completely appreciate. I've actually heard both sides on the LED streetlight conversion. Definitely heard from people who were more, I think, concerned with the exterior look of the light and how it may or may not kind of sync with the overall look. But I've also heard from communities where the additional light is also seen as a public safety net good. I think for those communities, sunshine is the best disinfectant. The more light we can get, the better. And as well as for another climate action plan goal is Vision Zero and the ability to keep both bicyclists and pedestrians safe. I always bring that up when people are like, "Oh, these new lights," and I get it. I mean, change can be tough, and it may or may not have a solution, but it's always good to think of the other effects. I did want to talk briefly to something that kind of struck me when we were at Meadow Hall for Arbor Day, and that is actually a little bit of what Councilmember Jackson was speaking to with regards to the trees. We have great programs for getting native trees out to the community. What do we have any sort of, and I apologize if it's already in the climate action plan, you can beat me up if it is. Do we have any sort of mandate around our own facilities, city-owned facilities, park places, as far as only planting native trees? And if not, can we?
Recreation and parks would be those stewards of those portions of the environment.
Which
Yeah.
totally makes sense, right? But we're asking community members to do something that maybe we're not completely doing as a city.
It may depend on the nature, whether it's the type of facility or park. It might be the mansion is more manicured and have a different aesthetic, or street trees, there might be something different, or in Redgate or the reforestation, they've definitely been native and planned. So I think there's differences depending on the type.
Yeah, and I don't mean to be picking on you in particular. I guess it's more the collective, right? Like if we're gonna talk to people bringing in new development, we really want to see native trees and plantings, and then you look and this might not be the right tree. I think that there is a way, because that does go toward our overall climate action plan goals.
That speaks to action item M-9, developing a green space management plan.
Mhm.
So kind of the idea is what do we want to see in working with the community for those public spaces? And what do
Okay.
we see for native or non-invasive? So that's the next type of planning initiative.
And that totally makes sense.
Collaborative and work process on that.
That totally makes sense. Also, too, we don't want to reverse the great work that our weed warriors are doing. So that's my last plug on that.
Thank you. I also, since if the weed warriors are watching, we really appreciate you, as well as the Environment Commission. A question for you. One is, how are we doing on the conversion of our fountains to filtered water bottle stations? Maybe that's more of a Rec and Parks question.
Yeah,
I think
is,
you're going to say that to me.
separate from the, exactly.
But I see that as part of our reducing waste piece. So hopefully, maybe someone can get back to us on that. We went from 980 to 1080 on solar. Are we on track to meet our goals? I think I was thinking we might have to get like 300 per year or something like that. But I just wanted to see how are we doing.
Yeah, so I think I don't. There it is. Yeah, so we initially modeled in the climate action plan when we were looking at projecting out emissions and what would it take to kind of meet the 50% reduction by 2030, that we would need to have 2,500 solar systems installed by 2030, and we now have. Where is that? 1,080? Yeah.
So we need like 236 a year. All right, we have a challenge to meet. And it leads to my next comment is this body is so excited about getting the word out to our residents and doing better community engagement. We actually increased the budget survey responses. I wonder, is there a QR code or a flyer or something that we could be armed with to be able to share as we're talking to residents, as we're out at events, to say, here are some of the programs you can access, and just helping to spread the word. I think, yes, I'm volunteering, but I think we'd love to be able to help, especially on the electrification, the money that's out there to help our residents go green would be super helpful.
Great. I think like the first one-stop place would be to sign up for the Environment and Sustainability newsletter. That's one way to hear about all of these things. But yeah,
and maybe if we have like a teaser that says, learn about this funding for this, this, and this, and gives them a reason to sign up for the newsletter.
So we just got a delivery today from Montgomery County for the solar switch and some other energy programs. It was originally for some of our outreach activities at the Spring Festival at Nature Center, and for some of the farmers market tabling that the Environment Commission will do. But we can put together some information if anybody wants it.
I would love it. I mean, I did door-to-door on solar before, and I'm happy to help get out the word. All right. Congrats, and thank you very, very much. We are very enthusiastic about this work, as you can see.
Thank you all. Thanks for having us.
All right, so we have consent agenda items to review and approve. I want to see if we can take them all together. I will draw my colleagues' attention to the fact that we had an addition of item E, which is the state letter to support the continuation of service for Route 201, which takes folks from our community all the way out to BWI Airport to encourage more mass transit. Are you all okay to take them as a collective? Yes, all right. Then will someone please make a motion to approve items A through E? Who wants to go? Councilmember Fulton.
Sure. I move.
Mike.
I move to adopt all of the items on the consent agenda, items A through E.
Great, thank you. Who seconds?
Mayor, I'll second it, but I was wondering if we may have
Yes.
a quick discussion question.
Absolutely, yes. So it has been seconded. Councilman Miles, please proceed with your question.
Thank you. So again, I read the agenda book back on Thursday, but it didn't have agenda item E. Where is the letter included in the agenda book, or is it separate?
This is from Lisa.
And
So,
what page
yes,
is it on?
thank you very much. So there is a draft letter to the Maryland Transit Administration regarding proposed 2024 commuter bus service changes. And this was, we got a phone call from Senator Kagan and D17 that there was a potential effort to reduce the bus route 201 to have less trips going out from this area to BWI. And so this letter is saying that public transit is an important amenity for Rockville residents seeking affordable, convenient transportation options for commuter trips, and that we would like to see that they continue to provide Route 201 to increase access between our area and BWI. That's the gist of the letter.
Got it. Thanks so much. Because I saw the email, I just didn't see a physical letter. I support the gist of what's being discussed, but I just want to be sure I was clear with what I was voting on. That's all.
Absolutely. We want to make sure everyone's clear on what they're voting on, so thank you for the question. All right, there has been a motion, it's been seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All right, it is unanimous and approved. Thank you very much. All right, so now we're moving on to item 11. We do have introduction and discussion on project plan for Rockshire Village Center, and I will turn it over to Mr. Ortiz.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council members. Nelson Ortiz with Community Planning and Development Services Department. Again, this is a discussion and instruction item for the Rockshire Village Center project. The subject property is located at 2401 Woodham Parkway within the Rockshire Plan Development. It is 7.32 acres in size and currently developed as a retail shopping center. To the north and west of the subject property are single-unit detached dwellings. To the east is the Korean Presbyterian Church and the Rockshire Community Pool. And to the south are townhouses. The land use designation for this site is residential flexible, and the property is zoned PDRS, Plan Development Rockshire, with an MXNC equivalent zone. You all are familiar with this project, but again, the Rockshire PD was initially approved by the Mayor and Council on March 7th, 1966, and is currently authorized for a shopping center use. The applicant proposes to amend a portion of the Rockshire PD in order to construct 60 dwellings. 31 units are proposed to be single-unit detached dwellings, and 29 will be townhouses, of which 9 will be MPDUs. Up to 5,200 square feet of commercial office is also proposed, as well as a neighborhood park and parking for the commercial office building, the Rockshire HOA, and visitor on-street parking. As part of this project plan application, the applicant is requesting 3 waivers. The first is a parking waiver to permit flexible parking standards for the proposed commercial office building. The waiver is necessary only in the event the building is leased for full-service restaurant use. If the building is leased for commercial retail sales and like uses, the proposed 26 parking spaces would be sufficient and satisfy the zoning code. In evaluating the request, staff is in support of this waiver and finds that the applicant satisfies the criteria in the code for granting this waiver. The second is to the equivalent zone standards for building setbacks in the MXNC zone. Again, staff supports this waiver and finds that the proposed setbacks satisfy the criteria in the code for granting such waiver. The proposed setbacks are consistent with the proposed land uses, and honoring the required MXNC setbacks would necessitate significant changes to the development proposal that would result in a reduction in the number of dwelling units and other amenities. And finally, the third waiver is a road code waiver to allow for the proposed private LED to essentially terminate without a turnaround or connecting with an existing street. Again, staff is supportive of this waiver. The applicant has worked with staff to designate an approximately 100 square foot area to co-locate the refuse and recycling bins of the 6 units accessed from the dead-end alley. On April 15th, 2024, the Mayor and Council held a public hearing for this application. Staff and the applicant each made presentations, followed by public testimony. 4 members of the public offered testimony. 1 person was supportive of the project, while others sought clarification on items like the proposed electrical appliances, proposed Hurley Avenue streetscape, the Rockshire HOA covenants, and the maintenance responsibility for the proposed project. At the public hearing, the applicant committed to working with staff to include an electric vehicle charging station on site. Staff added the condition on the screen here for the Mayor and Council's consideration to memorialize the applicant's commitment. As far as recommendation, the Planning Commission reviewed this request earlier this year and recommended approval with conditions. They also recommended approval of the 3 waivers that were being requested. In terms of tonight, staff is recommending that the Mayor and Council discuss the project and provide instructions to staff on the next steps. On May 20, 2024, the Mayor and Council will be holding the adoption meeting for this item, where the Mayor and Council will decide whether to approve or will decide on this project plan application. If the mayor and council approve the item, the applicant may proceed with the level 2 site plan application submittal. And that concludes my presentation. Myself, along with other staff here and online, as well as the applicant, are here to answer any further questions from the mayor and council. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. I know we started to ask some questions last week, and some of us have sent subsequent questions after that meeting. I appreciate all the clarification that you provided to us, as well as the addition of the item number 4, which we talked about at the last meeting. Just for clarity as we begin this discussion, can you let us know what you're looking for specifically tonight? There wasn't a draft motion, for example. Are you just looking to say that, bring this back to us for adoption,
Yeah.
with any feedback? Okay.
Yeah, and again, we do have the condition as well. We just want to make sure that the language is to your satisfaction as well. I have placed it again. I brought up the slide again. If the condition as written is okay, we will go ahead and include it as part of the resolution that will come before the mayor and council on May 20th. But you're correct, Mayor. That's what we need.
Thank you very much. I'd like to open up this discussion among my colleagues. Councilmember Van Grack.
First and foremost, I'd like to thank the staff answering a number of my detailed questions, being available for briefing on a number of the issues. I know 2 of the issues that I brought up previously and in the briefing dealing with both traffic and parking. And I know that there were some follow-up issues on parking. And I just want to find out, because I know staff got back to me with regard to the fact that the applicant, and if I'm incorrect in stating this, I know the applicant is here as well, that the applicant plans on being able to craft some type of arrangement so that not only the eventual HOA would have enforcement of the 30 pool and community center access spaces, but also the Rockshire HOA, through some potential arrangement, would have the enforcement ability as well, right?
That's correct.
Now, to the extent, and I know I asked this during one of the briefing, to the extent that doesn't happen, and I'm just looking down the future because we're talking about approving a application, assuming that doesn't occur, did we find out, and I know that we were going to try to check with the attorney's office, and maybe Nick Dumais, as to whether we can have some type of enforcement from an easement beneficiary? Because I know that right now, my understanding of the code is that only a property owner can enforce property restrictions, such as parking restrictions. But did we ever get a follow-up as to whether there can be either a code change or the ability of an easement beneficiary to enforce parking rights? That was to their benefit, even if they don't own the spaces.
I did not verify with legal, but I believe Nick Dumais is online. If he is able to perhaps provide any feedback on your question.
And Mr. Dumais, I apologize if you didn't get an advance notice. It was something that I asked during the briefing. If you happen to be online, I can explain it in a little more detail if you'd like.
Sure, Councilmember Van Grack. I am online, and a little bit of explanation would be helpful, only because I don't want to misspeak.
Sure. So
I apologize.
the question was, as you may know, because from the previous presentation or from the documents, there's going to be 30 spaces that are allotted for the benefit of the Rockshire HOA because of the pool use and their community center. But my understanding is, without an agreement with the eventual HOA who owns the property spaces, the Rockshire beneficiaries would not have the ability to enforce those parking spaces. Now, if there's some agreement that, and I know I'm talking about kind of a worst case scenario where there is an agreement, would there be an ability under the code for us to allow an easement beneficiary, which the Rockshire HOA is the easement beneficiary, to enforce the rights of those parking spaces to be used by the easement beneficiary, in this case, the Rockshire HOA?
So, Councilmember Van Grack, off the top of my head, I would only say that this would probably be something we wouldn't want to solve through the code. It would be something that we may want to consider including as a condition of approval to require that either an existing easement be amended or a new easement would be recorded that would clearly give the beneficiary the enforcement rights that you're describing. So in other words, I think if the city will certainly have its site plan enforcement, and this is what I probably would have told staff.
Great, well, perfect timing.
We have the city has fairly wide discretion in its enforcement authority for site plan violations, and that enforcement authority extends beyond permit approvals. It extends for the life of the site plan. So in the event that Rockshire believes that it's not being given the rights that were promised it through the sort of development approval process, if we had a condition of approval or something else in the site plan that allowed us to say, in response to a complaint from that body, that this was in effect a site plan violation, we could use that and our site plan authority to fairly quickly enforce against any sort of misuse of those spaces. And the last thing I'll say, and that I would have probably told staff, is it's always nice to have the backups for that are provided, like forest conservation easements, stormwater management easements, things of that nature. But typically, the quickest way to resolve issues, if we need to have some degree of leverage, would be to go through effectively the municipal site plan enforcement process, because we can begin essentially levying penalties much faster than we would be able to if we had to take it to court. So I apologize because I don't have all the context, and I haven't had more than 30 seconds to think about it. But that's probably what I would have told staff in a pinch.
And I have to tell you, having a site plan specific addressing of the issue as opposed to a code enforcement, I think is always benefit. So it's glad to hear that can be something at least dealt with in that way. Next question also deals with parking, because I know there's been a lot of discussion. If you look at the comments that have come to us that are part of the agenda, a lot of the community members are talking about parking. Can you talk a little bit about, I understand there's the parking waiver that staff has recommended if there's going to be a full service restaurant. But I have to say, and I understand if there's not the full service restaurant, then the applicant would be fully in compliant with the number of spaces. That's correct, right?
Yes.
So to me, it seems like a drastic difference from 73 to 26. And so I know staff recommends the waiver. Can you talk a little bit about why you'd be recommending a waiver when, at least according to our code in this parking, we want a drastic difference from what is there?
Sure. So the zoning ordinance doesn't differentiate between say a full-scale restaurant versus a small-scale restaurant. The parking ratio is the same between the two types. The zoning ordinance requires almost kind of the worst-case scenario, so it requires the parking rates for that of a full-scale. We don't believe that a small-scale, we don't believe that a full-scale restaurant would likely be come to this particular development. We agree with the applicant's commercial consultant that essentially states that small-scale restaurant would likely come to this location, would find the site most viable because of the location, the size of the building. So we don't want to require such a large parking rate where we don't think it's necessary. And we also don't want to overpark the site because of the location where it's pretty much surrounded by residential. So it doesn't really make sense to have a lot of surface parking.
So I just want to say, I think you're 100% right. I actually agree 100% with the applicant in their presentation when they came to us, saying that it's unlikely there to be it. But I guess what I'm trying to parse and put together is, if there's a full-scale restaurant, we're talking about the worst-case scenario needing the 73. So if we're not believing that it's going to happen, and if it does happen, under the code, we're supposed to have 73 spaces, why are we granting the waiver? Because my understanding is if we don't grant the waiver, then everything that they assume will happen can still happen, right?
Yes.
So it seems like we're granting the waiver for a worst-case scenario that we don't think is going to happen, but if it does happen, and under the code, we would need the full spaces for the worst-case scenario.
Yeah, I mean, we can see if there is.
I guess, is there a reason or a rationale why, with a full-scale restaurant, and I'm assuming that it would take up, because, and the applicants here, so if I'm misinterpreting, they're anticipating about like 4 or 5 little, like whether it's like a dry cleaner or like a convenience store, that's what they're anticipating. But if a restaurant comes in and takes 3 of the places, and has a large-scale restaurant, that's what where we would, under the code, need the 73 spaces, right?
Right.
And so, are we believing that the code is incorrect in needing those spaces for that type of restaurant?
Well, there's. I mean, we are revisiting the zoning code requirements. Of course, we're going through that process. Parking is something that we are looking at very closely. The code does provide applicants an opportunity to request waivers. The code also provides criteria for granting such waivers. And analyzing the request, we believe that the applicant does meet the criteria, 3 of the items for granting the waiver. And so we are recommending approval, and we are supportive of the waiver.
Okay.
Thank you for that. I wanted to go back to the earlier point just to get a sense, so we know where the body stands on the engagement of Rockshire and being able to do enforcement. I had a similar question in 2 regards, and I'll start with the first one to continue the discussion. When I asked, it was noted that the responsibility is on the new development, and with some enforcement rights and late reservation responsibilities on Rockshire HOA. So I just wanted to make sure, just because, again, we want to make sure that things are codified in the sense that we don't have problems in the future. So is that something that we could, and I don't know if the applicant has commentary on that, but is that something that we should contemplate now and put in writing?
Well, the enforcement and the parking lot is a private matter. I think if the applicant would like to, yeah.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Jason Serino with EYA. So there is existing today, and I think you may know this, but to clarify, there is a perpetual license agreement on the property today that would provide the Rockshire HOA the legal rights if the parking wasn't provided as laid out in that document, which is as they need it today. It doesn't need to be revised to give them the use when they need it, that they could take legal action under that document to seek enforcement. What we're trying to do, and because it is a private agreement between our property and their property, is we're trying to amend that document to give a little bit more clarity around the enforcement, give them a little bit more teeth to help enforce. They've said they don't want to enforce. They don't have the means to enforce. They're actually looking to us to enforce. So we're outlining what those steps would look like and how that would happen through our future HOA. But that agreement does exist today, and there are, because it is a perpetual license agreement for their benefit, it is, they do have legal standing to enforce that if our HOA or the current landowner today weren't providing those spaces.
Okay.
So they're to be free and unencumbered, for their use as outlined in that document.
Perfect. And I know that's critical to being able to move forward on the project. I just want to make sure everyone feels that my biggest concern is making sure everyone is clear up front now and in the future. The other piece that I had noted with staff that I want to make sure folks are clear on is that it's the private entity with the people who are going to live there, plus the business owners that have to pay for said parking lot if there are upgrades that are needed. Just making sure there's absolutely clarity when people buy into this, that they know that they are responsible for it. I
Yeah.
have concerns about future surprises there
So
because it's
that's
expensive.
in the, sure, that's in the document today, so that runs with the land. Those terms wouldn't change if the association is willing to amend the document. Anything we do going forward, it's disclosed in our master association documents. Every purchaser will get a copy of those. Somebody purchasing the or operating the retail building would also have a copy of those. And we have to disclose those as part of that process because it's encumbrance on the land.
And they would know that before purchase,
They would know that.
not just
yes.
after.
Correct.
That's what I wanted to confirm.
We will disclose all encumbrances that are on the property as part of our association documents. We'll disclose it in the sales agreements as well, so that they'll have kind of two copies of documents that will state the requirements. And then they get, as part of the HOA documents, the license agreement is an exhibit to that as well. So it'll physically be there for them to look at.
Perfect. And based on previous presentation, it seemed that some of the overflow parking in the part that's encumbered by outside entities that have been using this property with their agreements, there are seasonal things, like the swim team, for example, usually have them mornings on weekends or at late evenings on Wednesdays. So there is flexibility in parking outside of those peak times that they would be using the space, if there's need for overflow.
It outlines basically whenever they have a need for it. So it's hour before, hour after swim season, just pool hours.
Mm-hmm.
Same for swim meets. So whenever the meets are, the schedule is to be provided annually of when the meets are, and it's reserved for their right. And then anytime there's an event or use of the clubhouse, and there's some clauses in there about notification. We're actually, and what we're working on is, we understand that they can't give 10 days notice. Sometimes it's rented out the day before, and so we're working on a mechanism where we still need the notice if you know 10 days prior, but it's flexible if people need to use it in less than 10 days. And so we're working on some of that with them as well to make it a little easier on them going forward.
So, but there's flexibility. For example, if there's a major holiday for residents and it's not during a peak season for these groups that need it.
Flexibility for the residents.
For the
I'm
residents,
sorry.
yes.
Yeah,
right.
our future residents. Yes. So today it's a non-exclusive easement. So when the Rockshire Association doesn't have use of that parking lot, the parking's the landowners today, and that's kind of how we're using it going forward. Is that it would be for residents and visitor and overflow parking.
And then that would help also the restaurants if they're, outside of the times that the association needs it. Okay. Yeah, I would just want to say I appreciate all the modifications that you've made to help support the residents' concerns. I see that you've made a lot of changes over time, and you've done a lot of community meetings before the process officially kicked off. So thank you for that. I think the project is, better because of it. So
Sure, I appreciate it. Thank you.
hopefully everything goes well in the future. I want to see if anyone has any other questions or comments. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Excuse me. As Mr. Dumais talked about, to give you some assurance, if it's in the site plan that those are reserved for the pool, we do have the ability to enforce it. We'll go back and see if there's anything else we need to do before you take action so that you can rest assured.
That was literally going to be my exact comment. So
I read it. I saw it. All right.
We're on the same place. That was exactly my assurance, to go back and look to make sure for that exact reason. We're on the same page, Mr. Barker.
Thank you very much, everyone. Dr. Miles, I just want to see, do you have any questions?
Thanks for checking, Madam Mayor. I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay. So I did check with the city attorney, and I want to thank him for this, but if everyone's okay and doesn't have future questions, this will be coming back to us on the 20th. But we could, just to be clear on our response, we could move to direct staff to prepare a resolution approving project plan application PJT 2024-00017 based on the findings and conditions of approval in the staff report.
I just want to add to that, with the condition
of approval on EV charging stations in the staff presentation, because I
That's-
didn't know that was in there.
That's exactly what I was assuming would be the staff report, because it's number 4 in the staff report, so it's included. Okay. Does anyone want to?
And what Mr. Burke
Right, and with Mr. Barr. So anyone want to make that motion? and I would just say, Ms. Taylor Farrell, Robert Dawson will share this motion with you. Okay, all right. So, Councilmember Fulton.
So moved.
All right, do we have a second? So Councilmember Jackson has seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Okay. Unanimous. Thank you very much. I know this has been a long time coming. I know we'll see you on the 20th, but just a clarity, how long, once this goes through, I know we have site plan to come through, but how much longer are we talking about before things proceed?
Yeah, I mean, we've already discussed some timelines with the applicant, but if he wants to share in terms of when he anticipates submitting the level 2 site plan, please go ahead.
We have kicked our team off to start that process ahead of this, ahead of the 20th, so they have started as of last week. So we're preparing a level 2 site plan. It's probably a 6-week process to get submitted. We've been working with staff. There could be 2 to 4 rounds of submission, just depending on detail and thoroughness of the plans. And then upon last submission, when staff is satisfied, it takes 7 weeks from that date to get to the Planning Commission to prepare the staff report and the resolution.
Are we anticipating this like in a year? How long?
It's end of this year for
Okay.
level 2 site plan, and then we have to go into the permit and plat process, which can take, 9 months, 12 months.
Okay, I know our staff is working to make sure we streamline permitting, and appreciate everyone working together on this.
Thank you all.
All right, so I did a little quick convene with my colleagues. There's a need for a quick break. So let's come back in a true 5 minutes this time. Thank you. Good evening, Rockville. We will reconvene meeting 9-24. It is still April 29th, 2024. And we'll be moving to a discussion and possible approval of the Recreation and Parks sponsorship policy. We welcome, I think Chris Henry is going to present, but all right. Welcome, Rec and Parks team.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I'm Elizabeth Deal, Recreation Marketing and Development Manager, and I'm here to present the Recreation and Parks Department sponsorship policy for discussion. The Recreation and Parks Strategic Plan recommended the development of this policy, which was originally presented to the previous Mayor and Council last May, and revisions have been made based on their feedback. The Recreation and Parks Department seeks sponsorships to maintain and enhance park facilities and to generate revenue that subsidizes the cost associated with the operation of recreation facilities, programming, and special events. Sponsorships are a way to encourage community members and businesses to give back and include donations of money or materials and in-kind services that can be exchanged for promotional opportunities. The policy lays the foundation for future efforts to raise funds for projects in the city, such as King Farm, Farmstead, and Redgate Park, by setting the standards, guidelines, and approval criteria for solicitation, consideration, and acceptance of sponsorships. This policy is designed to protect the mission, image, and values of the City of Rockville, the image and value of its facilities, programs, and services, and to uphold its stewardship role to safeguard city assets and interests. Sponsorships do not imply an affiliation or endorsement of a particular sponsor. The policy was modeled after other jurisdictions, including MNC, PPC, and the cities of Cary, North Carolina, and Albany, New York, and in consultation with members of the Recreation and Parks Advisory Board, Rec and Park staff, and the city's attorney's office. And I believe you all have gotten a copy of the policy. If you have any questions.
We have, thank you. I sent in 2 quick questions, and I'll then defer to my colleagues on other questions. One is, there's a commentary in this document about honoring First Amendment rights, but balancing some of the potential sponsors that might be out of line with the principles of mayor and council and our vision for the city. For example, if there were any hate-affiliated groups, for example, how would we address that so that, we have some guardrails?
Yes, the policy does specify that the sponsors have to be in alignment with the mayor and council's priorities and the city's priorities. We would collaborate with other departments, the city manager's office, the legal department, to research and potentially vet any potentially questionable sponsors. And of course, we reserve the right to decline any sponsors that do not align with the city's values.
Thank you. And then one question I had raised during the previous discussion on this topic is very clear guardrails. Sometimes people think that they're sponsoring something so that they could use the city's logo or seal. Our documents will clearly outline what they're allowed to do in terms of how they're representing their relationship with the city.
Yes, correct. That's
Okay.
That's in the policy about what can actually be used.
Right. Yeah, I just wanted to
Yeah.
say that out loud. My last comment relates to our last discussion on the Climate Action Plan and Redgate. There were different tiers of sponsorship included in this policy, events and big spaces. But I wanted to also just check in as it relates to our bench program and sponsor a tree program. I really see that as an opportunity. I know people are very excited and want to contribute to the park, for example, and kick off that. But it wasn't clear to me that we had that is included in the sponsorship policy.
Yeah, the sponsorship policy really addresses sort of the higher dollar thresholds and the promotional opportunities. The bench and tree program is really designed to be a commemorative or memorial type of initiative, and that is currently active, but we can continue to promote that.
Thank you. I just think that given that we're listing options for organizations, we should include it. as a category so that it drives awareness about that opportunity. And we know that we have a need for that, particularly with large-scale park improvements that we're making across the city. And we also saw in the survey, for example, several residents were asking along walking paths to have benches. So it just will help us to meet a sponsorship need and save the city funds as well. So if that could be a category, that would be helpful.
Okay.
Councilmember Fulton.
I always look to ask a question when it's a follow-on. This ties a little bit. I do have a couple questions, but I'm gonna need to get caught up a little bit because I know there's a lot of history here. There's reference in here to a public property naming and commemoration policy, and then you just referenced, I believe, that as well. We do need some clarity on what's different, which policy applies to what scenario, and what's the difference?
So essentially, the sponsorship policy, when people contribute, they get promotional opportunities in return. The naming policy is completely separate and may not involve any kind of financial contribution. And that's a separate policy altogether. I believe there have been names of significant people that have contributed over the years to the city of Rockville, that kind of thing. So this is really about raising money and then giving a promotional opportunity.
So is the bright line money? That's the distinction. So the city will decide to name property or commemorate things without any exchange of money, and this would apply to everything where there's an exchange of money. Is that?
That's correct. The Moran Bridge by Wooten High School was named after the principal who passed away. That there was no money exchanged. It went through our naming. Matter of fact, that was the first project that went through our naming convention policy, and we named the bridge. It went through the proper approvals, and then we put a sign up there. There was no money exchanged.
Okay. If I want to name, to the mayor's point, a bench in Redgate for my dog, that falls under this policy, and I pay a nominal fee. Just so I understand the difference between the two.
Well, I think that's the point that the mayor was bringing up tonight. We have, currently you can do that online. There is a form, you can get the bench right now, but I think what you're saying is you'd like to incorporate that to some degree in this policy to acknowledge
Correct,
that.
that's right. Just because it's one place, and we know we need more of them, we need more trees and we need more benches, and it's a way to just, if we're gonna advertise and promote this, it's a way to make sure people can see the opportunities. And to my colleague's point, you're putting the money things in the money document.
That's helpful. Maybe I just have two more. I do have some similar concerns about the guardrails maybe on the other side. There's clear criteria, but they're incredibly broad. One of them is the desirability of association, which really just translates into, do we want to or not? That's not really a criteria. It's, do we wanna? But I think it's as close as you can get, which leads me to ask two questions, more specific. I didn't see any reference in the policy to termination. If circumstances change such that it is no longer desirable and something is over a prolonged period of time, we should preserve the right to make a change. That's my one suggestion. And then even more ticky-tacky, I understand complying with mission, values, all of that. I don't so much love aesthetics. I don't think that that's a core value as what for the city, and I'd love to hear my colleagues' take on whether we want to include our personal opinion on the aesthetics at the time in the criteria.
Can you speak to the page number that you're looking at?
478.
And what section?
The policy introduction, line second from the bottom. The city reserves the right to deny a sponsorship that will compromise or damage the public trust or conflict with or compromise the city's reputation, mission, image, values, or aesthetic interests.
So your thought is strike the word aesthetic?
That's my suggestion, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm fine with that. I mean, image and values covers what I think we need to do. Unless there's a use case or a situation that you've encountered that we're not thinking of.
all of those criteria only protect the city. The city doesn't have to object to the aesthetics, but if there is a rustic park and someone wants to do something red, white, and blue that's not in keeping with the park, it gives the city the ability to say, no, it's not in keeping. So we can take it out, but it protects the city, if you would.
However, the city would never, we are dictating what is sponsorable. So they're not telling us what color that we put on things. We're just saying you can sponsor it. Isn't that right?
No, they'll have to show us what they want to put on it, and we'll have to approve it. We're not just giving them carte blanche to say, yes, you can sponsor this, and then you can put your name on it, and we'll have to approve the aesthetics, et
Well, I
cetera.
guess what I'm asking is, if they're sponsoring something, we have a standard plaque or whatever it is that we're going to be using. We're not just taking whatever they manufacture and give to us because it may be not to our quality standard.
That has been the case so far
Right.
with sponsors. Yeah. Like for events and things like that, we sort of have a standardized kind of way of, certain sizes and certain logos and things like that that can be used.
Okay.
That has been the case.
Councilman Fulton, go ahead.
My struggle with, I'm willing to go as far as, is it desirable and does it comport with, aesthetics isn't about those things. It is a personal preference of a people that change over time. So to me, like, as I read through it, like, that's where I think, I hear you, that it protects the city, but it also is subjective beyond the tolerance I personally would have to accept the subjectivity of this policy.
Thank you. Councilmember Van Grack.
I was just I'm in agreement with Councilmember Fulton. I think that what has been generally outlined here is great. I think that the idea that we're going to be doing the sponsorship with recognition messages, sponsorship opportunities and agreements, I just think there's some specificity that and objectivity that is lost a little bit because I think it's talking more generally. And I don't know if there's a plan to have a more specific guidelines and more specific parameters as to how the sponsorships are going to be either allowed or moved forward or terminated or continued with certain options. It just seems like, and again, this is a great, I really don't have too much of a problem generally with it. But, I agree there's some subjective criteria as well as some amorphous nature of what we're getting at as opposed to a general view, which I support.
Thank you. I know Councilmember Miles wanted to comment, and then I saw Councilmember Shaw and then Valeri.
Great. Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. This is an extension of the conversation that you all have been having. I have nothing further to add with the exception of, if a potential sponsor is meeting all whatever criteria we have with regard to sponsorship and, their interests in history aligning with that of the cities, what would occur if a sponsor later was associated with an act after they got this facilitator funded sponsorship? Would their name be removed or something like that? That's the only other follow-up question I have. That's all.
That's the termination clause question, basically.
Yes. Agreed. So
we-
can you speak to the termination clause?
Yeah, we'd be signing agreements on any large sponsorship, and in the agreements would have that language that says we can terminate for whatever reasons, et cetera.
Can we just have language added to this, because this is kind of, we're approving a policy now, right, potentially. So can we have a commitment that there's going to be a section focused on the what-if termination? I think that would be helpful.
We can do
I'm
that.
thinking my colleagues, yes, we all agree on this?
Can I just suggest, on page 472, there's a list of things that will be memorialized, 1 through 7, if we just were to add their conditions under which change or termination, I think that would meet the goal.
Correct. I do have a question on the sponsorship in regards to political advertisement. How would this happen with like hometown holidays? They've been political booths, for example. Is that considered a sponsorship or is that different?
That's different.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Just want to confirm because you have events, so Number 7 says no.
Right, that's different.
That is different, okay. Dr. Miles, did you have anything else to add on that?
No, Madam Mayor, thank you.
Okay. What did I say? Councilmember Shaw and then Councilmember Larry.
I do think generally this is a great idea to provide support for the city. My concern is, has there been any consideration around limitations for a sponsor? Like, say, organization XYZ wants to sponsor like everything. Has there been thought around kind of limiting or limiting what a sponsor can support?
That's not something that we've, what's that? It's on? Oh, okay. That's not something that we've had to deal with at this point. But I'm not sure if we want to turn away money, or I guess maybe I don't understand.
I think, and I'm sure if we decide to move forward with this, I'm sure there'll be conversations around community engagement and educating the community on that. But I do think if you have a sponsor that has a really large presence everywhere, I think that could lead to a lot of questions. And so just thinking about if there is a possibility about limitation, I think also it would be great to have like a lot of diversity within our sponsors that can reflect the city and our values. So just wanted to put that out there.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question? So related to this comment, it's not like we're allowing one partner to name everything because that's a separate discussion.
Correct.
So I would have more of a concern if one partner is buying up and this becomes a city of X.
Yeah.
But they could help support events. 'Cause we do have a lot of repeat sponsors.
Mm-hmm.
I've just been tracking the Rec and Parks programs, for example. You have recurring people coming back. So it just help give us some context on what you've seen so far and if there's been any concern.
Yeah, so for example, with Hometown Holidays, we will have repeat sponsors each year because they have good success, good exposure, good experience, and it's a good way for them to meet the community. So we will get, home remodelers or different people that come back year after year after year. But they may or may not be a sponsor for 4th of July or, different events. It really depends on the business and who they're trying to reach and what their marketing budgets are. So that's kind of been the experience so far that, and it's mostly been local kind of businesses. Occasionally, we get the insurance company, the builders, the travel agencies, things like that. So that's what we've had generally so far.
Councilmember Shaw, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I mean, all of that sponsorship is good, and that's what we like to see. But just to put some guardrails on like taking advantage of this type of program, just thinking about the future of what could happen with it, and it would be good to have that like in writing, just
Sure.
in case.
I understand what you mean now.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Does anyone have any comments or thoughts on this? I have a couple that I've been writing down, and I want to do straw polls, so, okay, all right. Go ahead, Councilmember Larry.
And I'll be brief. It's in the discussion, but not in the draft policy where it's referenced mayor and council priorities. I always caution that because sometimes those shift, and they should as time goes forward, so that that would be something to be cautious about. I did note and I'm missing where it was, that this line, the city preserves its right and discretion to exercise full editorial control over the placement, content, appearance, and wording of all sponsorship recognition messages, actually eliminates the need for the word aesthetic as well. If the city has full editorial control anyways for how something appears, then the nebulous aesthetic is not needed if there's much more explicit language here.
Thank you, Councilmember Valeri. Councilmember Jackson, do you have a comment?
Thanks. It's not really a comment so much as maybe a language change. We say a sponsorship report will be submitted to the city manager annually. Should we add the mayor and council?
I think that's a great idea.
All right. And finally, I noticed that, oh gosh, I just lost it. So there's a section that talks about doing various promotions. Sorry, I messed up my slides. But when we do that, like sweepstakes or raffles or things like that, does legal have the capacity to evaluate and help with those kind of systems like raffles or sweepstakes? I just wonder about putting something like that in without checking with you guys about, do you have the capacity and the know-how, or will you have to get it from some external source?
Cindy Walters actually worked closely with staff on this. So Cindy, could you answer Councilmember Jackson's?
I can weigh in. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. The city attorney's office anticipates looking at virtually all of these. So I do think we would have the capacity to look and to, review it for legal sufficiency and determine that it's okay. That's our goal. In addition to that, as you note in the policy, there are agreements that are going to be drafted. And so we plan to review them.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I found them in my place now. So it's page 472 of the old agenda, and it's giveaway items, coupons, or other sponsorships, related marketing materials, and this is really the one that caught my eye: contest, drawings, or other activities that request a response. I think that's different from the kind of sponsorships that we were talking about. So I just wanted to highlight that because I think that there's some complications that can arise when doing contests or drawings or other activities. I just want to spotlight that because that makes it a little bit more complicated than just a straight sponsorship arrangement. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, I've taken some notes on things that you all have said, and I just kind of want to check and see where the body is, okay, if that's all right. So we wanted a clearer termination clause. Can you show me who's for that? Okay, you have majority support there, all right. The removal of the word aesthetic. Majority support there. Adding trees and the benches into this. Okay, support there. All right. Limiting sponsorships to characterize what Councilmember Shaw said. Do you want to say anything about that? To clarify?
Again, this is really just putting guardrails on ensuring that, I understand we have the termination clause, but kind of being proactive and at least putting some guardrails just to ensure that sponsors one particular sponsor can't take advantage of this program.
Councilmember Fulton. Thank you, Councilmember Shaw.
I agree with that, and I was just going to make a suggestion. On 470, we talk about the potential sponsor's past record of involvement in community and community projects. If there's a way to make that somewhat more explicit, that it can cut both ways, like over involved or like past history of sponsorship, might make that a clear thing to consider. Just offering that.
If it's positive experience, let's go. If not, yeah. Okay, guys, where do we stand on this? Yay, nay, straw poll? Okay, all right, majority support. Sponsorship report, adding mayor and council. I'm just making sure staff is clear. And then the two things I just wanted to mention. You have on item 6 that speaks to, on page 479, the city will not make statements directly and indirectly advocate or endorse a sponsor's organization. I just wanted to note that there are some cases where we might want to have the, sponsorship does not imply endorsement on our materials. Is everyone okay with this? Okay, majority support there. The last comment I have is just because we've had some discussions about this in the past, particularly as it relates to support for the LGBTQ community, but there are other scenarios where it could happen. Just being clear that, in the summary document that we're putting together, that the city supports diversity and inclusion so that it signals, don't mess around. So, are you guys okay with that?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Ms. Henry.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Can I please just get a little bit more clarification on that limitation? Are you looking for an amount or how many, if we're going to bring it back to you in a policy, I just want to make sure that we're bringing it back.
I think we're looking for just a general, not someone is, it's kind of behavior too, like they're not abusing the sponsorship policy, which I think you guys would say is clause for termination. I certainly don't think that if you have recurring sponsors that are supporting hometown holidays and July 4th, I don't see that as a bad thing. And I know the naming policy is something very protective, but I think the intent is to make sure that people don't abuse sponsorship. But Councilor Michelle, go ahead.
Yeah, and it really just adding, it's not just not just many sponsors. We want many sponsors, but if there's one sponsor, I think sponsoring a lot of different entities, then I think that becomes a issue in terms of perception with community. But it could be something that we could just kind of look into a little bit more as well.
Councilmember Fulton.
I just thought if this helps, I don't think the concern, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, is recurring sponsorships coming back. It is multiple at the same time, right? So you wouldn't want an oversaturation of one organization being all over the city. So whatever the language is that crafts that concern, if that's helpful, right?
Okay.
Can you give us an example of, because I do recognize there are people who sponsor a lot of things and we appreciate them, but is there anyone now that's kind of sponsoring everything?
Not really. I mean, there are supporters that sponsor multiple events because that fits, as Elizabeth said, their demographics, and some that go to the car show don't go to Hometown or July 4th. I mean, it definitely varies. But I mean, to me, it's almost a good problem to have if they're coming in for multiple, because we're talking and dealing with one supporter, community member, and so I just want to make sure that if we shouldn't be doing that we understand that. So, and if we're putting it in a policy, I don't want it to come back and then not be what you want.
I agree. I can speak for myself, and colleagues feel free to clarify. I don't have a problem with people who are continuously supporting the city, and it's more of a staff judgment perspective to make sure it doesn't look like an entity is buying the city.
I understand, and we work with sponsors and trying to get the right fit. And so, Elizabeth, there are packages that we put together, and it does have different levels of support as well. So you don't get as much if you don't pay a certain level, and presence on site, there's a certain level. So there are some guardrails. but there are also opportunities, and we do try to work with members of the community to come into if we think that there's a good match or good fit for them for their promotional opportunities. So I just wanted to make sure that you're not saying that you don't want that, and we'll try to work it into a policy that will vet them and make sure that it's supportive of the community as a whole as well.
Yeah. And maybe it's like the city supports having a diverse array of collaborators who identify with our values and priorities. And it's a staff judgment on making sure that there's not a perception that there's someone's buying the city, but we do welcome recurring good players, good actors.
Super. Okay, that helps.
Yeah.
Councilman Van Grack.
I was just going to clarify. We're not trying to say, we've got regular sponsors of our events, and we want to support that. That's fantastic. It's more an example, and I know it's a fictional example, so I can say it without offending any company. You ever seen Idiocracy and Brondo? If Brondo literally buys every sponsorship option so that you walk into Hometown Holidays and you're not seeing, and so all of our reoccurring sponsors and our local businesses can't get a sponsorship because Brondo has come for every single sponsorship, and that's what you see when you walk into Hometown Holidays. I think that's what we're trying to get at, not that those reoccurring sponsors who are at every event, who are wonderful in the local businesses, we want to encourage that. We don't want them to be blocked out.
So Brondo wouldn't buy every booth.
Understood. Thank you very much.
All right, so we have all taken straw polls on the ideas that we've raised. I appreciate the good comments of my colleagues. So it is my understanding that we have a possible approval. So if we could look to adopt the policy with the amendments as discussed, and we have enumerated those previously. So who would like to make the motion? You can say so moved.
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Fulton. Do you want a second?
I'll second.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Valeri. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All right. Any further question that you have from staff's perspective? Are you feeling good?
No,
right.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So we now have the introduction and discussion of an ordinance to retitle and amend Chapter 5 of the Rockville City Code entitled Buildings and Building Regulations by adopting, with certain additions, deletions, and amendments, the ICC International Building Code, the International Residential Code, and the NFPA Electrical Code, the ICC International Energy Conservation Code, the ICC International Fuel Gas Code, the Mechanical Code, the Plumbing Code, the Existing Building Code, and minor technical changes. Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to bring this to you tonight. I was told to be brief, which is why I had 500 some pages included in the agenda book.
Let's talk through all of them. Joking.
Yeah, well, no, we're reading through every single one tonight, so we'll be here till Thursday. So most of you received briefings over the last week on this agenda item, and I thank you for taking the time to do that. With that said, I do have a presentation. We can go through some of the high-level points, or we can open it up for any questions that anyone has regarding this ordinance. I really leave that at the discretion of mayor and council on this.
What is the number of slides you have? That might make it. Is it the one that we've seen?
It is a more comprehensive version of the one that you've seen.
Okay. All right. So it's about 30 minutes.
I think it's a total of 41 slides, okay. Which the one that you've seen was pared down to about 20 slides.
So let me just ask my colleagues. I know that several of us wanted to have briefings on this topic. Is there anyone who has any remaining questions, thoughts, or ideas? Councilmember Van Grack. And are you guys okay with not doing the 40? Okay, perfect. Let's talk.
Great.
Thank you. Councilor Van Grack.
Okay, well, one question I did have is, and I appreciate on section of the building code 1101.2.2, and I appreciate giving our conversation the addition and the clarification to mirror the language, but I did note when the addition happened, you added a number 1 to the last word in the code, so just might want to adjust that.
Okay.
And I could bring you to that attention, you just, with the last word, let me bring it up exactly.
Councilmember Van Grack, can you note what page when you get to it?
Sure,
so that I can follow
let me
along?
get it right there.
And while you're doing that, for listening public, this is actually going to come back to us. So maybe earlier in the agenda, we can do an overview of what we're changing for next time's meeting. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
It looks like in front, at least I saw on one of the versions, not the one that, on one of the versions, there was a number 1 in front of cases. And I'm trying to get to the exact page number.
What was the code section again, if you don't mind sharing?
1101.2.2, dealing with the conflicts that was adjusted. I don't know if that was just a typo that wouldn't go into the code. I assume it'd be corrected.
Yes, yeah, and we are, looking at the language to that section.
Sorry, in the agenda book, page 495. And it looks like just was, and I assume it was just because this was a recent addition over the past couple of days that it just number 1. I didn't want that to go into the code book.
Yeah, so the suggestion, or the instruction that we've received, and the anything that we discussed tonight will be, listed when it comes forward again on May 20th. I believe that is just a typo.
Okay, all right. So, it's something that I guess would be caught to make sure that we didn't, that doesn't come into the code.
Yes.
The other question I had is dealing with the individual comment with regard to homeowners and exam when it's not their primary residence. Was there any follow up, or did you have any suggestions of whether we should adjust that?
So yes, you all did receive the addendum today. That was the comments that we received. That particular comment, I pulled all of those this morning. So this morning was the first time that I saw that particular comment.
Gotcha.
I have not had time to coordinate with staff from the county to identify why they've incorporated that into their code, and if they have encountered any potential issues with that. And I also wish to speak with our senior code inspector, Mr. Warner Parks, who happens to also be a qualified electrician, just to ask for professional input and feedback on that.
Gotcha. So if it turns out in all the discussions that this actually is a viable reason that we might want to make this adjustment, that'll be in the next version. But if after speaking with Montgomery County and everybody else, there's a reason for this and there's a justifiable, staff will collectively maintain the changes that we have in our version.
That is correct. And
All
we will also identify what we've done with, to respond to that comment when we come back on the 20th with this.
All right. Well, outside of those two questions, I just want to reiterate what I said during the briefing. I know it sounds weird, love going into code. The corrections that you guys have done in making the more specificity, making it more clear throughout, while also dealing with some of the things that the mayor and council want to have, has been an excellent job. So I just want to commend you guys for what you've done. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman Van Grack. I wanted to just make 3 quick comments. One is we did get the list of comments from the community, and I sent a note to Mr. Barker saying we will get feedback on this. I understand that you need time to review it. My question is a matter of process. How will we get that feedback before the 20th? Because I understand there's some just to put out for the listening public, there's part of this code that we must adopt in the month of May. Isn't that correct?
Yes. So the state adopted the 2021 I-codes with state amendments May 29th, 2023. So as of May 29th, 2024, we are required to implement and enforce at least the state minimums. The items that we run into is that we want to make sure that all of our local amendments currently in effect remain enforceable, remain in effect, and we don't end up with any kind of potential conflict there. So there are some items that we would like to see line up with that May 29th effective date so that we don't run into any kind of issues there. That said, we did mention a potential for an implementation period for some of the larger initiatives, such as retention of Chapter 11 of the building code, the majority of the proposed changes to Article 8, the Energy Conservation Code. And so that is something that, you know, we have discussed with Mr. Dumais and are beginning to work on what that language looks like. What we would specifically request guidance from the mayor and council on that is the duration of that implementation period.
Okay. So to tackle the first issue, can we receive before the 20th answers to some of the items that were noted? Staff is still doing research on this comment, so that we have time to process that and not the day of the meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we will get that and we'll have time to look at that. Okay.
Absolutely.
And then we did discuss the idea that there is a need, some parts of this will need education and a whole implementation plan. So are you planning to give us a sense of how you're going to approach that by the 20th?
Again, we're looking at language as far as when certain portions of this ordinance become effective. Writing it in such a way that we meet the state minimum requirements and retain enforceability and effectiveness of our existing local amendments that we wish to retain, and then identifying, you know, which other portions of this ordinance have an additional time frame attached to that.
I think it would be helpful for the body, and I'll see where my colleagues stand, but just to have some sort of general description on, here's staff's recommendation on the rollout plan, because there are things that are state, we've got to do it, right? There are other pieces that might require bigger changes. We'll say clarity. Some of these projects are grandfathered in. We're giving them time to complete their projects. This new code applies to whatever X by the state. And then I know many of us are excited about the green code. We know some of those are big changes. Some of them are small tweaks. So we'd like to get your sense of, you know, what the split is on that. I certainly don't want to defer everything, but I do understand there's some bigger changes that we'll need. You all need some time to help, you know, implement. So I want to see where my colleagues, if you all agree, or yes, okay,
Mayor,
yeah.
I think it might have been in the report as well, since a lot of designers are already working on their projects and probably will be submitting them in the near future. We just didn't want to provide a hardship on anybody that is getting ready to submit, but this goes into effect and then they have to redo their plans. So we just need to work together to see if it's a 3-month delay in the big changes that are going to have a big design issue, or 6 months. So we just need to figure that out. I don't know if you have any.
That's right, and I think the body needs to get your recommendation, and at what point are people grandfathered? Is it pre-site plan, post-site plan? Those are the kind of things that we need to think through as a city. Councilmember Van Grack,
Okay.
and then Councilmember
While
Wilson.
also making sure that we're abiding by what we need to from the
State law is
law.
required.
Exactly.
There's no leeway. State law.
Correct.
It's the other stuff. Councilmember Fulton.
I just wanted to follow on what Councilmember Van Grack said and see if I can get a little mini love fest going for this work. It feels a little bit, maybe to the listening public, like in the weeds, and it's code work. This is a massive effort that wasn't just sort of a I have to do this, so I will. Like, this was thoughtful. Like, some of the changes you made weren't just, I have to comply. You listened to the body and it was like, we care about accessibility. We care about sustainability. We also care about economic development and getting housing built. And the balance that you struck with this is really impressive. So I don't want it to fly under the radar. I really appreciate this work. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think Dr.
Thank you.
Miles has a question.
Dr. Miles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I sent several questions, and I apologize. They're a bit in the weeds, but I can come back to them, one of which you already asked with regard to the pending deadline of May 29th. The others had to do with, this was previous packet page 479, but I think they changed. I think they may have shifted about 8 pages after the addition post Thursday. This was Article 7, C 103.2.2, discussed also on packet page 934, number 5, previous package page 936, number 24. Essentially, it gets at this proper wiring of outlets be made, whether or not wiring of outlets for those who are interested in converting their appliances like stoves or other utilities like hot water heaters and HVAC to electric. If that subsection of code covers that, that's the first question. And then 2, as a related question to that, on previous, I think it was packet page 988, it might be 996. Are these the electrification ready requirements that will be brought back to us at the end of 2024? Again, been in the weeds. I did send them to staff, so I get the answers later. But it goes to these green overhaul of the code that I'm super interested in and have certainly been advocating for some time. That's all. Thank you.
So just to make sure I answer your question correctly here, as far as the appliance receptacles that you were mentioning, are you asking if that was something that was included in Article 8, the Energy Conservation Code?
I think so. I don't know if it's Article 7 or 8. I've heard you, but it's either outlets and or just having the wiring in the space within the circuit box so that people don't have to bust out drywall and have to go after the fact, after construction's been built, to retrofit and or swap out their gas powered appliances for electric ones.
Yes. So one of the main themes that we use to develop the code updates is electrification ready and moving towards decarbonization. We tried to strike a balance that recognized the cost impact of moving straight to full electrification and really kind of ease people into it. But one of the items in there is, essentially not prohibiting like a gas powered stove, but if you're going to put it in, you must also put in the full branch circuit and receptacle to serve an electric stove in the future, so that, like you said, you're not tearing in the drywall. All the hard to retrofit components are installed preemptively, essentially.
Beautiful. And thanks for that answer. And are these the things that will be brought back to us at the end of the year?
No, actually,
right?
this
month.
This is now.
Next
yeah,
month.
this
Next
is
month.
now.
5/20.
We decided, looking at the scope of Article 8 and the scope of Article 14, which are the Energy Conservation Code and the Green Building Regulations, respectively, that the scope of Article 8 is has a much broader impact. It applies to many more projects. Honestly, I do all of the commercial review for the city, and I can say that I've probably done fewer than 10 reviews for Article 14 compliance in 2 years, which is not accomplishing the goals that have been presented to us. So that article needs reworked, and rather than tackle that when we were already in the middle of this kind of Herculean effort to rework the entire chapter, it was determined that we would have a broader impact and achieve more of the goals of the climate action plan by addressing these items through the Energy Conservation Code. And so that's, we will have an update for Article 14 that we are planning to do within this calendar year. But the major changes, the big impact is with Article 8.
And Dr. Miles, I was going to say, you and I have been waiting on this for 3 years, so I assume you're kind of doing backflips, but quietly.
Very much so. I mean, after having retrofitted my own appliances, it was a bit of an expense. So I'm just hoping to save other folks some money. So I do want to be clear. So the overall thing, end of the month, but Article 14 is going to be coming back to us at the end of the calendar year, 2024, right?
Yes, and that's kind of where the discussion on the implementation period comes in as well, because these are significant changes and above and beyond what is required at the state level. And so, we run into this May 29th timeline where we have to align certain parts of our code with the state code. And I recognize that, it's not really reasonable or fair to expect those projects that have already completed substantial design work and, financials and all of that to do an about face and really kind of change their trajectory in such short notice. Additionally, staff is going to need more time to make sure that everyone is properly trained on all of these items so that we can properly implement and enforce it. I don't want the thoughtfulness to end at what we present. I want it to be how we carry it out as well.
Right. So,
great. Thanks so much, sir. And yes, Madam Mayor, I'm doing backflips. That's all I have.
I know. I remember how many, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Can we do this? So I figured you'd be happy. I was. I do appreciate the commentary of just planning out and giving people time. So I do think that we need to decide and would like your recommendation on what is grandfathered in, because there are people who are very far along on their project planning and also have financing tied to that, right? And so we are not trying to make someone go back for additional financing to address things that they had not anticipated.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if we can get some clarity around, what is the recommendation from you all on that, and then even, I don't know what the time frame is, but maybe there's a 6-month on some of the bigger items beyond state law that
Right.
we can give a grace period and allow for education in
Yeah.
addition to the grandfather.
Yeah, and I did, as I said, I started the discussion with Mr. Dumais on this, and I used, I come from Pennsylvania, so I'm very familiar with how they handle this at the state level there. And so I used that as kind of a basis for, starting that discussion, which is essentially for those projects that have a signed design contract prior to the effective date, that file for permit application within 180 days of the effective date essentially can be permitted under the codes in effect prior to that effective date. Or in this case, it would be the amendments, the local amendments in effect, because they will have to comply with the 2021 codes regardless of what we choose to adopt locally.
Okay. So that is around the 6-month time frame that I was just guessing on.
Yes, yeah,
Perfect.
that is, I would say, fairly standard for the
Okay.
industry.
All right, that is super helpful. I also just wanted, I know I mentioned it in the briefing, but I really appreciate the thoughtfulness on this. I know that you guys have been working on this for a couple of years, and then really trying to align with the state code. And everything from the green to accessibility, but there are also some small things that we've heard from residents that are just pain points, like prefabricated sheds, making that much easier for people to get in so that they're not spending more time and money on the process than the shed itself. So thank you for that. I just want to see if any of my colleagues have any further questions. You guys good? Okay, so I think that we need to then instruct staff to come back to us with the code and recommendations on the implementation approach on May 20th.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, do we need to introduce it, or do y'all already do that?
We need to make a motion. Introduce, and then, do you want us to waive the layover period tonight, or not? We can do that later, okay. So we don't need a second then, just introducing it. Perfect. Dr. Miles, will you volunteering to introduce?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I introduce agenda item 11C, Buildings and Regulation Ordinance Amendment introduction.
And with the idea that we'll get an implementation plan and recommendations on 520?
Accept the friendly amendment. Works.
All right. So there's no need for a second there. We'll get back and have something to approve on 520. We appreciate all the time and energy. And I just also wanted to say we're looking to get more help so that you have other people to support those reviews.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you for your time. Okay, we're at 10:53. We're doing a little better than past meetings, but let's. We were on such a, I know, we were on such a good stride there, and then the budget season kicked in. So we're moving on to future agendas now. I have one or two comments about May 6th, but I want to see if you all have comments before I go. Anyone have comments on May 6th? Okay, I will go then. So previous agendas for tonight had the Swim and Fitness Center contract, and I wasn't sure if, the reason why I'm asking about it is I know it's on a very, very tight timeline because we're trying to not mind the season in terms of the closure for the pool. So is that going to come on May 6th or 20th?
I'm still taking a look at it. It's a $10 million contract, and that's just not something we want to rush. So we'll know more tomorrow.
Okay, so we're trying. So I know that folks have been reviewing it for some time, but it's worth looking at. Do we have a target? Or we don't know yet.
So I just got it last week, so I'm taking a look at it, and I'll know more tomorrow.
Okay, and I appreciate the other legal staff who may have been helping on that and understand the need for a final review. Question to the city manager, how will that affect our timeline for the Swim and Fitness Center? I know that, will it affect the season?
We are hoping that if the city attorney finds it satisfactory, that we might do an amendment to the agenda and put it on for next week's agenda midweek this week, if that's okay. If not, we're going to have to obviously push it off, and it will have some effect. And Chris just left. So obviously, it's going to delay it at least 2 weeks, because the next meeting is the 20th.
Okay, all right. And then the other item is we have a consent agenda item that we had been talking about last month in regards to the I-270 op lanes. I shared that the Transportation Planning Board, as part of the Council of Governments, I will have to represent the city on a vote. It's currently under consent. I anticipate that we will need to pull it. So I just wanted to flag that may need more time on the agenda. And I just want to call my colleagues' attention to really looking at that section thoroughly because you're going to be asked to weigh in. In addition, I reached out to the city manager and asked, could there be something else, a second part of the letter sent to the mayor and council that says, if this moves forward, what are the potential risks for the city or the impacts, bridges, and there's a couple other considerations that we've been documenting through the years, and just want to make sure that you all have it in one place. Councilmember Valeri.
Just for my own clarity of purpose at 11 o'clock at night, are we seriously believing that we can get through all the items under 11 in one evening from essentially in like a 3-hour time period?
I clocked, this is Monique's math, but I clocked it would take at least 3.5 hours for this section. I also was wondering whether the metro design should go up earlier on the agenda.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I think that presupposes and I appreciate Madam Mayor math. I'm going to call you 3M on this. However, especially on number F, I almost said Lord, especially under letter F, not only will it be the time of the presentation from WMATA, but I'm sure, as we would want, to hear from our respective commissions, RBAC, RPAC. That means that it's quite possible that community forum goes slightly longer. I like being ambitious. I don't like, kind of giving myself too low of a bar, but I think those things, plus, we don't really know kind of where letter I will take us. I just feel like this is, there's a lot of really weighty items under there, with all due deference to 3M. I'm gonna make it a thing.
I think the items that are going to take significant time are the Metro design project, the 2 agreements, the proclamations and recognition, and knowing my colleagues and we love trees, there might be some commentary on that as well. The items related to the resolutions for the budget, those tend to go pretty quickly, like less than 5 minutes each.
Actually,
sorry. Is there anything controversial or big any surprises for the consent agenda item minus item 9I?
I don't believe so.
You think those would be
The
fine?
letter from, on the Visualize 2050 would be the only one that we would expect you to have comments on.
Okay. And I took a preview at this brief book, and was scanning it, because you did post it, thank you, but it is another 1,000 pages. So just want to call my colleagues' attention to it. It's not light reading. So we did move to start earlier. I know the staff proactively added earlier. I know one of my colleagues may have an issue with this time. I just want to pause and see, is everyone okay starting at 6? Sure. All right, feel free to nudge me if you need something different. The other thought I had is, I know we're going to have a substantive discussion on proclamations because we have a very, very meaty agenda. I'm wondering if we can read modified proclamations so that we're not reading the full page, but a quick summary of each item. We don't have to read all 8 whereases. I just wanted to see, could we do a summary of the proclamations that speak to the intent of it so that we can move through a little quicker? I know this is ahead of our discussion, but I just wanted to see what you guys think. We have 8.
This puts me in an awkward position. Yes, I support doing that, but are we therefore making a practice of doing that, or
No.
just when there's more than
No.
7, when there's more than 6, when
So-
there's other stuff on the agenda? What's the plan?
Agreed. So the idea is we have a lot next week, and we're going to discuss the plan next week, but this is going to happen before the plan. So we need to make a decision about what we're going to do I'm not saying cancel anything, because I know that was controversial last week, but that we would be briefer in our remarks about each of these.
So then my only question is, are we asking staff to write the full proclamation and then also a briefer summary for us, or are we just asking for a briefer proclamation?
They can print the proclamation, we're reading a briefer summary. Maybe usually the proclamations, the first paragraph has the hit, the first and last paragraph have the big things, so.
Can you tell me how you would manage such a process, and is it more work for you?
We would have to go through each of those proclamations and do a summary. We would cut out 3 or 4 whereases on each one.
Could we just read the first whereas and the last?
If that's what you want. Yeah, just read the first and the last.
And then we'll discuss the process, because I know we're all excited about that next week, but just to help us manage the meeting length.
And the
Councilmember
full
Fulton.
proclamation is posted online for viewing.
Yeah. Councilmember Fulton, I know you may have comment. Do you want to say anything else on that?
My desire is that we achieve resolution on a path forward so we don't have to make one-off determinations at that meeting next week.
Okay, so would you like to read the full ones next week until we decide?
No, I would not.
Okay, just clarifying and putting it on the record. So we're going to plan that approach if everyone is okay with this. I'm seeing nodding. Yeah. Councilmember Jackson?
I will go with the body.
Okay, all right. We're still acknowledging each item, but we're abbreviating. But if you have, listen, we want to hear you. Go for it. We're just trying to manage, but if you have strong feelings, let's hear it. Okay. Councilmember Shaw.
Just for clarity, so we're reading the first, we're reading the first paragraph and the last paragraph.
Correct. Okay. What the intention is, and we're moving it. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Barker, please come.
So I just talked with one of my staff members, and we could postpone the tree preservation ordinance because it could free up some time if we can try to work it in on a following agenda. So that would be good.
I greatly appreciate that. I know 520 is also very heavy from looking at the future meetings report. I appreciate the offer. How much time could you give us? Because I may not go for the next 2 or 3.
Yeah. Well, I'll probably be able to find out tomorrow if we could do that to put it in June. So it's something I can get back with you on and see if that would free up some time.
Okay, yeah, and I'm looking at 520 in very, very small. I don't know if it's 8-point font. It's taking up almost full page 1. So I just wanted to know 520 is going to be heavy as well.
Yeah, I can see if we can go later than that.
Okay, so you'll work with the city manager to just figure out what we can do.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Preview, there's a lot of pretty full meetings coming up, and even into July, we're starting to fill meetings up. So we'll work that one in, but there's not a whole lot of flexibility, and we may be carefully determining whether 6 o'clock starts or what we can do to get through here.
Councilmember Fulton, I didn't even have to look left, but go ahead.
Sorry, I do think there are 2 different ways to manage the time it takes to get through things. One is to extend the time in the meeting. Another is to manage ourselves in a meeting. Some of this stuff we can get through if we are incredibly efficient with our time and targeted in how we use it. So we should do both.
Councilmember Valeri, please.
While I appreciate the intent of Councilmember Fulton, we also don't know what some of these presentations, what the individuals may say that they have not provided in advance. I am very curious, for instance, what our friends at WMATA will share with us. But if there's something that kind of comes out of the blue, is out of my control. I think we can try on both sides. I just also want to be realistic, and I feel like I've been saying this since we were sworn in, to be realistic with our time and not, rush through things that are important.
Okay, so Councilmember Fulton, and then we'll move on from this topic. Go ahead.
I do think that we can address all the issues that need to be addressed, have all of our questions answered, make the right decisions for the city, and we can do it in a more efficient way. We spent roughly 15 hours of work session time on the budget, maybe slightly less, and made less than 0.5% of changes to the budget and about 5 changes in total. There is a way we can do the right things in a way that is respectful of our time, staff's time, and the listening public's time.
Thank you. I agree with both of you, but I also think that as we can see tonight, the building code is extensive and the briefings really help to move that item. So I think to the extent that there are big items that we need to dig in and ask questions and just have more time with it, the briefings will be very essential to help us moderate this timing and our planning. I understand we have really important work to do, and I don't want to shortchange our residents or the city. So I just will note, I had to proactively ask for some of the briefings. Let's just look ahead and see what's coming up. Let mayor and council know that there's some things coming up. You're offering briefings, and let's get them scheduled. That's okay. Okay. All right. That is future agendas. Anyone have any final comments on that? We will now move to old new business. Councilmember Van Grack.
I just wanted to bring up, some people may or may not know this, but over the weekend, Temple Beth Ami, which is just outside of Rockville, and I know a lot of Rockville residents attend, was vandalized on a sign that they have for years had outside the synagogue that we stand with Israel. I know that this body made a statement against hate, all types of anti-Semitism, anti-Islamophobic, anti-Palestinian, and anti-Israel hate speech. And I just think it is necessary to go and state to the extent that, as this body has stated just at the end of last year, this type of actions is definitively condemned by this body. And I feel for all the members of our Jewish community, and especially those who are members of the Temple Beth Ami. I think it's just important that we make note of that, especially in the time of hate that's existed throughout the country.
I appreciate your commentary, and there were a number of unfortunate events that happened over the weekend. I also want to note that I did call Temple Beth Ami, the executive director, to extend our support, to reiterate that we condemn any kind of hate behavior against any population. So I have reached out. I will continue to do so. There's a lot going on in the country and the world right now. So I think we have to continue to extend grace and support each other. I also will note I've gotten very positive feedback from the Rockville City Police Department's inclusion of hate, bias, crimes in our report. People feel like they want to see things counted and noted so that we can track progress over time. And then I also think that there might be a need for just some education around encouraging people to report issues. I heard of an instance where a smoothie was poured on somebody of different faiths, and the person did not report it for fear of retaliation. There are students who are of different faiths who are feeling targeted, and so I just want to encourage people to speak out and to contact us when this is happening so that we can have a better understanding of what is happening and where, and help to support our community. I have a couple of quick items that I wanted to flag that were sent. So Linda Moran drafted a letter to the GOAT committee on a separate topic, but about public safety. This body has been supportive of me representing us to go to the county council. I met with some county council members and went before the GOAT committee. The GOAT committee has decided to add $357,000 to the enhancements list. The county council will need to fully approve it, but it's a very positive step in the right direction. So I just want to make sure that if we can have a motion to approve the letter of thanks to the GOAT committee, and that we also look ahead to the county vote and make sure we send another memo to encourage support for a full county council vote. So if you all will authorize me.
So moved.
Thank you. Okay. All right. There we go. Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. The last thing I wanted to note is we got some funding allocated from the state from the legislative bond initiatives. As a matter of course, I don't know if thank you letters are going out to that, but I wanted to see if the body is okay with me working with Linda Moran to do that as well. Moved. I'm taking thumbs up. That's a move. That's a second. All right. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Okie dokie. That was Councilmember Van Grack and Fulton. I'm watching Sarah because she's wanting to make sure she documents. My last comment is just during Arbor Day, I learned that Meadow Hall had a theft, the portables, and they've raised some security concerns with us that we have advocated to the Board of Education. Unfortunately, there were not cameras in the back. I would like to see if we can advocate to the BOE and MCPS to put a number of cameras in the back. We're not going to say the exact number, but I know that they would like 6. Unfortunately, 100 Chromebooks were stolen from that community. It is a Title I school. It is not a school that can afford to lose technology like that to support student learning. So my last request is to just be able to send a letter of support and encouragement for the MCPS to provide security support for Meadow Hall.
Moved.
Moved and seconded. Moved Fulton, Valeri. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. It has been fantastic with all of you. Unless anyone has additional old new business, we can adjourn. Need a movement. Councilman Valeri moves that we adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Councilman Jackson seconds. All those in favor? Aye. Please have a safe evening, and we are done before midnight. Have a good night. Thank you, staff.